I still remember that summer like it was yesterday, even though more than 10 years have passed. I was 22, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and a little bit lost. Most of my friends were heading to internships or backpacking through Europe, but I had a different kind of adventure in mind. I'd always loved the mountains, the quiet solitude they offered. So when my old beat-up Pathfinder finally limped its way into the tiny, dusty parking lot of the Bear Creek trailhead, I felt a familiar rush of excitement mixed with that freedom only the wilderness can give you. It was late August, the kind of time when the days are still warm, but there's a crisp edge to the evening air, a hint of autumn on the way. My plan was simple, a solo, multi-day hike up to Silverwood Lake, a remote alpine gem tucked away deep in the high Sierras. I'd done plenty of overnight trips before, mostly with my dad when I was a kid, but never one this long or this far off the beaten path completely by myself. Looking back, that was my first mistake, my initial vulnerability, going alone. Dad always said, never hike solo where a cell signal can't find you, kiddo. But I was young, stubborn, and thought I knew everything. The trail itself was no joke, steep in parts, rocky, sometimes disappearing into thickets of pine and granite. It took me a solid 8 hours to reach Silverwood Lake. The sun was already dipping towards the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples by the time I finally pushed through the last line of trees and saw it. Silverwood was breathtaking, a perfect bowl of sapphire water, ringed by ancient pines and jagged granite cliffs that scraped the darkening sky. The air up there was thin, clean, and carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth. There wasn't another soul in sight, not a tent, not a campfire, just me in the vast, silent wilderness. It was exactly what I'd hoped for, what I'd craved. The complete isolation was initially a comfort, a reward for the arduous trek. I quickly set up my small dome tent on a patch of relatively flat ground near the lake's edge, making sure to anchor it well. The temperature was dropping fast, and a chill wind had started to pick up. I knew I didn't have much daylight left, so I quickly gathered some dry branches for a small fire, eager for its warmth and a chance to cook my freeze-dried meal. As darkness finally swallowed the last sliver of twilight, the stars began to pop out, one by one, a dazzling diamond dust scattered across the velvet blackness. I'd never seen so many, so bright, so clear. It was a proper show, the kind you only get miles from any city lights. I cooked my dinner over the crackling fire, the flames casting dancing shadows against the trees. The warmth felt good on my face, and the rhythmic lapping of the lake against the shore was a soothing sound. After eating, I sat there for a long time, just watching the fire, listening to the night. An owl hooted somewhere far off, and the wind whispered secrets through the high branches. It was peaceful, profoundly peaceful. I felt completely at ease, entirely in my element. Then I looked at the lake. The still surface mirrored the sky perfectly. Every star, every glimmer seemed to have its twin reflected in the dark water below. And that's when it happened. That's when the first small shiver went down my spine, a prickle of unease that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. I gazed from the real sky, with its familiar constellations, to the reflected sky in the lake. My eyes traced Orion, then the Big Dipper, then a few others I recognized. But as I looked back down at the water, something didn't quite line up. It wasn't a huge difference, not at first. Just a feeling, a subtle misalignment. A couple of the stars in the reflected Big Dipper seemed slightly off-kilter, a little too close, a little too far, or maybe just dimmer than their celestial counterparts. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The firelight flickered, distorting the reflections. It had to be the water, the movement, the angle, nothing more. But the seed of dread, small and insistent, had been planted. I tried to shake it off, dismissing it as fatigue, as the trick of the light from my dwindling fire, or simply the inherent imperfection of water as a mirror. The lake was vast, after all, and even the slightest ripple or current could distort a perfect image. I told myself it was absurd. Stars were stars. They were fixed, immutable, ancient. They didn't change for me or for a mountain lake. But the feeling lingered, a cold, tiny knot in my stomach. It was like looking at a familiar face and seeing a stranger's eyes staring back. I forced myself to look away from the lake, focusing instead on the comforting crackle of the fire, the solid silhouette of the pines against the starlit sky. I inhaled the smoky air, trying to ground myself in the tangible. This was a wilderness, not a hallucination. My mind was playing tricks. Still, sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of those subtly misaligned stars floated behind my eyelids. I tossed and turned in my sleeping bag, the thin fabric a poor barrier against the chill that seemed to emanate not just from the night air, but from the unsettling memory itself. The owl hooted again, closer this time, a long, drawn-out call that sounded less like a greeting and more like a mournful question. The wind picked up, rustling the tent fly, making the poles creak. Each sound seemed amplified, sharper, more menacing than before. I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with fragmented dreams of shifting constellations and murky water. I woke with a start before dawn, the air inside the tent icy cold. My bladder was aching, and a sense of urgency propelled me out into the pre-dawn gloom. The sky was still mostly dark, but a faint silver glow was beginning to smudge the eastern horizon. The stars were still out, though fading. I walked a short distance from my tent, careful where I stepped, and relieved myself. As I zipped up my pants, my eyes were drawn back to the lake. The surface was glassy calm, almost perfectly still, reflecting the last, dim stars like scattered diamonds on black velvet. And there it was again. The Big Dipper, clearest of all, hanging low in the pre-dawn sky, its celestial form mirrored in the water. I squinted, focusing. And this time there was no denying it. The ladle of the Dipper, the distinct curve of its handle, was unmistakably different in the reflection. One of the stars, the one at the bend of the handle, seemed to have shifted inward, closer to the bowl. It was a subtle alteration, yes, but it was there, undeniable in the stillness. It wasn't just my eyes playing tricks. The reflection was not an exact copy. My blood ran cold, my breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't some minor ripple distortion. This was a fundamental change. It defied logic, defied physics, defied everything I understood about how reflections worked. A primal fear, the kind that whispers of things beyond comprehension, wrapped its icy tendrils around my heart. I stood there frozen, staring from sky to water, water to sky, over and over, trying to find a rational explanation. Was it an optical illusion unique to this particular lake? Was there some strange atmospheric phenomenon at play? But my gut screamed that it was something else, something deeply wrong. The growing light began to wash out the stars, blurring their precise outlines. As the sky brightened, the reflections faded, becoming less distinct until the lake was just a dark, smooth sheet of water, no longer a mirror to the heavens. The visual evidence vanished with the night, but the memory, the unsettling certainty, remained. I stumbled back to my tent, my heart hammering against my ribs. I practically dove inside, zipping up the entrance as if it could keep out whatever anomaly I had witnessed. I sat huddled in my sleeping bag, shivering despite the warmth it offered, trying to make sense of what I had seen. My logical brain fought against the impossible, but the stark reality of the image was etched into my mind. Sleep was out of the question now. I spent the next hour or so trying to convince myself it was a trick of the mind, a lingering effect of my dreams, a symptom of being overtired and alone. But the conviction wouldn't go away. Instead, a new, more terrifying thought began to surface. If the lake could reflect something different from reality, what else could it do? What else was different here? As the sun finally broke over the eastern peaks, painting the granite cliffs in rosy hues, I felt a desperate need to dispel the lingering unease. Daylight, I reasoned, was a powerful antidote to nighttime fears. I forced myself to get up, pack my sleeping bag, and start a small fire for coffee and oatmeal. The mundane tasks were a comfort, a way to anchor myself to reality. The lake, bathed in the morning light, looked stunningly beautiful again. The sapphire water sparkled, the pines stood tall and green, and the air was crisp and clean. It was exactly what I had imagined, what I had longed for, but the innocence was gone. Now every glint on the water's surface, every rustle in the trees, carried a hint of the strange, the unsettling. I spent the morning exploring the immediate vicinity of the lake, not daring to venture too far from my camp. I walked along the shore, crunching over fallen pine needles and smooth stones, trying to find anything that would explain what I had seen. I looked for strange rock formations, unusual plant life, anything that might point to a unique geological or atmospheric condition. I found nothing out of the ordinary, just pristine wilderness, exactly as it should be. The silence of the high Sierras, which had been so comforting yesterday, now felt heavy, expectant. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird chirp since I woke up, which was highly unusual for a mountain morning. No chattering squirrels, no distant calls of jays, just the whisper of the wind through the pines and the gentle lapping of the water. It was too quiet. A cold knot tightened in my gut. I tried to whistle, a tuneless, shaky sound that seemed to shrivel and die in the vastness. The quiet swallowed it whole. My own footsteps felt unnaturally loud. My own breathing sounded like a roar. As I walked further along the shoreline, I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of human activity. A cairn, an old fire ring, a discarded wrapper, anything to indicate someone else had been here recently. But there was nothing. No footprints on the few sandy patches, no sign of previous camps. It was as if I were the first person to ever set foot on this shore. The isolation, which had been a comfort, was now starting to feel oppressive. Around mid-morning, I decided to try and distract myself. I pulled out my fishing rod, hoping the familiar ritual would calm my nerves. I tied on a small spinner and cast it into the shimmering water, letting the line arc gracefully before it hit the surface with a soft plink. I reeled it in slowly, methodically, casting again and again. But the lake remained stubbornly empty. Not a single nibble, not a single flash of a trout in the clear water. This was another anomaly. Alpine lakes, especially remote ones like Silverwood, were usually teeming with fish. My dad and I had always caught something on our trips, even if it was just a small brook trout. This silence, this lack of life, was another strange detail piling up. I fished for over an hour, growing increasingly frustrated and unsettled. It wasn't just the lack of fish, it was the unsettling stillness of the water itself. It was almost too perfect, too clear. I could see rocks on the bottom, strands of algae swaying gently, but no movement of anything organic, no darting shadows. It was a beautiful, lifeless mirror. Finally, I gave up, reeling in my line with a sigh. My gaze drifted across the lake to the imposing granite cliffs on the far side. They rose sheer and unbroken from the water's edge, casting long shadows even in the mid-morning sun. As I scanned them, looking for anything to divert my thoughts, my eyes caught on something. High up on the cliff face, almost at the very top, was a dark opening. It wasn't a jagged tear in the rock, but a perfectly formed archway, too regular to be natural. It looked like a tunnel entrance or perhaps a cave. It was high up, probably inaccessible without serious climbing gear, but it was unmistakably there, and it looked old, ancient even. My heart gave another thump. A cave or something else. The idea of exploring it, even from a distance, sparked a tiny flicker of my old adventurous spirit, momentarily overriding the creeping dread. But then I remembered the stars, the silence, the lack of fish. This place wasn't just remote, it was wrong. I picked up my binoculars from my pack and focused them on the opening. Through the powerful lenses, the archway became clearer. It was indeed a deep cavern, a black maw in the gray granite. There were no visible markings around it, no obvious path leading to it. It just hung there, a silent, mysterious entrance to something unknown. And then I saw it. Just inside the archway, almost hidden by the shadows, was a faint glimmer, a tiny, almost imperceptible sparkle. I adjusted the focus, holding my breath. It was too small to make out clearly, but it looked like something metallic or perhaps a reflective surface. It caught the light intermittently, a brief flash, then gone. It was just a hint, a suggestion, but it was enough to deepen the mystery. I lowered the binoculars, my hands trembling slightly. An artificial structure, or at least a highly unusual natural formation, coupled with a strange glint. It pulled at my curiosity, but my instinct for self-preservation screamed at me to stay away. The rest of the day passed in a haze of internal debate and growing unease. I tried to read, but the words blurred on the page. I tried to sketch, but my hand was unsteady. I mostly just sat by the lake, watching, listening, my senses on high alert. The profound quiet of the wilderness pressed in on me, making my ears ache. I started to hear things that weren't there, faint whispers on the wind, the distant snap of a twig, the sound of movement just at the edge of my hearing. My imagination, fueled by fear, began to run wild. As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and deep violet, I felt a resurgence of the dread I'd experienced the previous night. The coming darkness, which usually brought comfort and the spectacle of stars, now filled me with a primal terror. The thought of seeing those misaligned reflections again, of having the truth of the lake thrust into my face, was unbearable. I gathered extra firewood, building a much larger blaze than necessary, craving its warmth and its light. The flames danced high, pushing back the encroaching shadows, but they couldn't penetrate the gloom in my mind. I ate a meager dinner, forcing down each bite, my appetite gone. As the last sliver of sun vanished and the first hesitant stars pricked through the twilight, I deliberately kept my gaze fixed on the fire. I wouldn't look at the lake. I couldn't. I told myself it was just a trick, a hallucination, anything to avoid confronting the impossible truth again. But the temptation was too strong. Like a moth to a dangerous flame, my eyes were drawn, inevitably, to the dark surface of Silverwood Lake. The stars were beginning to appear in their full glory, a magnificent tapestry of light spread across the vast canvas of the night sky. And there, in the perfect mirror of the lake, they began to emerge, one by one. My eyes found the Big Dipper first, as if pulled by an invisible string. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. And yes, there it was again, the shifted star, the subtle, impossible misalignment. It wasn't a trick of the light, it wasn't my imagination, it was real. A choked gasp escaped my lips. This time I didn't try to rationalize it away. This time the dread solidified into a cold, hard certainty. This lake, this beautiful, pristine alpine gem, was fundamentally, unnervingly wrong. And then, as I stared, fixated on the Dipper's reflection, something else happened. Something far more terrifying. The surface of the lake, which had been perfectly still a moment before, began to ripple. Not a gentle, breeze-driven ripple, but a slow, deliberate undulation, as if something vast was stirring beneath the surface. The reflected stars elongated, distorted, then reformed, but they didn't reform perfectly. As the ripples subsided, the stars in the lake's reflection had changed. Not just the Big Dipper, but others too. Entire constellations seemed to have subtly reconfigured. A star that was part of Orion's belt in the sky was now, in the reflection, a standalone point of light, its neighbors gone or shifted. The familiar pattern of Cassiopeia seemed to have an extra star, or one was missing. I couldn't be sure which in my panic. It wasn't a total rearrangement, not a completely different sky, but it was enough. Enough to make my blood run like ice, enough to send a scream rising in my throat that I swallowed back with immense effort. The reflected sky in the lake was a distorted, subtly altered version of the real one. It was a mirror reflecting not what was, but what could be, or perhaps what was not. I tore my gaze away, stumbling backward, tripping over a root and falling hard on my backside. Pain flared, but I barely registered it. All I could feel was raw, animal terror. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and practically fell into my tent, fumbling desperately with the zipper. Once inside, I huddled in the farthest corner, pulling my sleeping bag around me like a shield. My mind raced, trying to grasp the enormity of what I had witnessed. A lake that reflected an altered reality. It was impossible. It was something out of a nightmare, a horror story, but it was happening, here now to me. I forced myself to breathe shallow, ragged gasps. What did it mean? Was this place cursed? Was it some kind of ancient, forgotten magic? Or something else, something scientific and alien? My college education offered no answers, no frameworks for understanding a phenomenon like this. The wind howled outside, a mournful, hungry sound. The pine branches scraped against the tent fabric, sounding like skeletal fingers. Every shadow, every sound seemed imbued with menace. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image of the shifting stars, but it was burned into my mind. Sleep was impossible. I spent the entire night huddled in terror, listening, waiting. I kept my eyes tightly shut, refusing to look out, refusing to acknowledge the impossible thing outside my tent. My mind conjured horrors, the lake itself transforming, reaching out, pulling me in. I imagined strange creatures rising from its depths, drawn by the altered reflections. The hours dragged on, each minute an eternity. The cold seeped into my bones. My muscles ached from tension. I felt utterly alone, completely vulnerable, utterly unprepared for this kind of wilderness. Dad's warning echoed in my mind, never hike solo where a cell signal can't find you. How ironic. A cell signal wouldn't help me against this. When the first sliver of dawn finally appeared, a faint gray glow through the tent fabric, I felt a surge of immense, desperate relief. Daylight. Daylight would make it go away. Daylight would restore order. I waited until the sun was fully risen, painting the tent in warm, yellow light, before I dared to unzip the entrance. I peered out, my heart still thudding. The lake lay before me, glittering innocently in the morning sun. Its surface was calm, sparkling, reflecting the blue sky and the surrounding pines with perfect clarity. There was no sign of the night's impossible distortions, no lingering ripple of unease. It looked utterly normal, utterly beautiful. But I knew better. The innocence was gone forever. Silverwood Lake was not what it seemed. I made a hasty breakfast, my hands still shaking. I barely tasted the freeze-dried eggs. My primary goal now was to get out, to leave this place, to hike back down the mountain, back to my car, back to civilization, where stars stayed in their proper constellations and reflections were exact copies of reality. I packed my camp with a frantic energy, stuffing my gear into my pack without much care. The small dome tent, the sleeping bag, the cooking gear, they all felt tainted by the night's revelation. I wanted nothing more than to put as much distance as possible between myself and Silverwood Lake. As I cinched the straps of my backpack, I glanced one last time at the lake. Its serene beauty was almost mocking. It was a trap, a lure disguised as a peaceful alpine paradise. My gaze drifted to the high cliff face on the far side, to the dark archway I had spotted yesterday. The faint glint I had seen was gone in the harsh morning light, but the entrance was still there, a black eye staring back at me from the ancient rock. A thought, cold and insidious, snaked into my mind. What if the lake wasn't just reflecting an altered sky? What if it was feeding on it, or creating it? Or perhaps the altered reflection was a symptom, a visible manifestation of a deeper, more profound strangeness within this place. I slung my pack onto my shoulders, the weight feeling heavier than usual. My legs felt weak, my mind a jumble of fear and confusion. I just wanted to go home. I started walking, not even bothering to look for the trail, just heading in the general direction I knew was downhill, towards the pass I had come over. I hiked with a desperate intensity, my eyes darting constantly around me, half expecting to see something, anything, confirming or denying the lake's impossible nature. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle in the trees sounded like footsteps. My heightened senses, once a source of connection to the wilderness, were now a torment. The journey down was supposed to be easier than the ascent, but my fear made it feel twice as difficult. My mind was in a fog, my focus shattered. I stumbled often, my ankles protesting, but I pushed on, adrenaline overriding the aches and pains. Hours passed, the sun climbed higher, beating down on me. My water supply dwindled quickly as I guzzled it in desperate gulps. My throat was dry, my lips cracked, but I didn't stop to refill from a stream, afraid to linger anywhere near water. I knew I was making good time, fueled by terror. I should have been nearing the familiar landmarks of the lower trail, the ones I remembered from yesterday's climb, but the landscape seemed off. The pines felt denser, the undergrowth thicker than I remembered. The path, which had been clear for most of the morning, began to fray, becoming less distinct. I tried to reassure myself that I was just tired, disoriented, that the trail was simply less maintained in certain sections. But a creeping certainty began to grow. I was lost. Panic, cold and sharp, stabbed at me. I stopped dead in my tracks, my chest heaving. I pulled out my map and compass, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them steady. I tried to orient myself, matching the topographic lines to the surrounding peaks, but nothing seemed to line up. The ridge line I remembered cresting, the distinctive rock formation I had used as a landmark, they were nowhere to be found. I circled slowly, straining to catch a glimpse of a familiar peak, a recognizable valley, but everything looked the same. Endless stretches of pine forest, granite outcrops, and deep, silent canyons. The mountains, which had felt like old friends, now seemed alien and hostile. I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising hysteria. This was bad, really bad. Getting lost in the high Sierras alone was a death sentence if you weren't careful, and I wasn't careful anymore. I was terrified. I decided to retrace my steps. If I could find the last clear section of the trail, I could reorient myself. I turned around, trying to follow the faint indentations of my own footprints in the sparse dirt, but the ground was mostly rocky, or covered in pine needles that left no trace. I walked for what felt like another hour, backtracking, calling out occasionally, my voice thin and reedy in the immense silence. No answer. only the mocking echo of my own fear. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long, unsettling shadows through the trees. The familiar chill of the evening was beginning to settle in. Despair washed over me. I was deep in the wilderness, lost, and darkness was coming again. And with darkness, the memory of the lake, the impossible reflections, would return with full force. I needed to make camp, even if it was a desperate, temporary one. I found a relatively flat patch of ground beneath a cluster of thick pines, their branches providing some meager shelter. I pulled out my tent, my movements slow and clumsy. Every muscle ached, every nerve was frayed. As I struggled with the tent poles, trying to pitch it before the light completely failed, I heard it. A sound, faint but distinct, cutting through the heavy silence. It was a low, mournful hum. It wasn't animalistic, it wasn't the wind. It was a steady, resonant thrum, almost like a deep, vibrating string or a distant machine. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a sound that vibrated not just in my ears, but in my very bones. I froze, the tent pole dropping from my trembling hands with a clatter. My heart leaped into my throat. The humming sound was subtle, almost subliminal, but once I noticed it, I couldn't unhear it. It seemed to pulse with a slow, deliberate rhythm, like a cosmic heartbeat. It was unlike anything I had ever heard in the wilderness before. It was unnatural, artificial. And it was coming from deeper in the woods, from the direction I was trying to escape. I stood there paralyzed, straining my ears. The humming seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes almost fading out, then rising again, a persistent, unsettling presence. It was too regular, too designed to be natural. My mind, already fractured by the lake's impossible reflections, now grappled with this new anomaly. What was that sound? Was it connected to the lake, to the shifting stars, to the strange archway in the cliff face? The last vestiges of daylight were rapidly fading, painting the western sky in fiery streaks. The air grew colder, and the shadows deepened, stretching long, distorted fingers towards me. The humming continued, a constant, chilling reminder that I was not alone, and not in a place I understood. I abandoned the idea of setting up my tent. There was no time and, frankly, no point. A thin fabric barrier wouldn't protect me from whatever was making that sound. I scrambled into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin, and huddled against the base of one of the pines, trying to make myself as small and inconspicuous as possible. My axe, my only real defense, lay uselessly by my side. The humming grew subtly louder as the darkness deepened. It permeated the silence, a constant, low throb that seemed to vibrate in the very earth beneath me. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound seemed to be inside my head, a pressure behind my eyeballs. And then, as the first few stars began to prick through the deepening blue, something else happened. A light. Not a firelight, not a distant lantern. This was a soft, diffuse glow, an ethereal luminescence that pulsed faintly, like a living thing. It was visible through the thick canopy of pines, coming from somewhere deeper within the forest, in the direction of the humming. It was a pale, bluish-white light, unlike anything I had ever seen in nature. It pulsed gently, expanding and contracting like a slow breath, and with each pulse the humming seemed to intensify, rising in pitch slightly, before settling back into its deep thrum. My terror was complete. This wasn't some strange mountain phenomenon or an illusion. This was something entirely alien, something that shouldn't exist in the pristine wilderness of the Sierras. I lay rigid, barely breathing, my eyes wide and fixed on the pulsing light. It wasn't moving, just glowing, pulsating, deep in the silent, dark woods. It felt ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to my presence. The thought of escaping, of making it back to civilization, now seemed utterly laughable. I wasn't just lost, I was trapped. Trapped in a place where reality bent, where stars shifted, and where strange lights pulsed in the darkness, accompanied by an otherworldly hum. My mind struggled to process this new reality. Was this what the lake reflected? A different world, a different sky because there was a different presence? Was Silverwood Lake a gateway, a window? The pulsing light continued, a silent, beautiful, terrifying beacon in the heart of the night. The humming throbbed in rhythm with it, a constant reminder of its presence. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know what it wanted, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was not meant to be here, and that whatever this was, it knew I was here too. The night stretched on, a vast, terrifying expanse of darkness, sound, and light. I was a tiny, insignificant speck, cowering beneath the silent judgment of the mountains, exposed to something beyond my wildest nightmares. The blue-white glow pulsated, a constant, hypnotic rhythm in the deep forest. The low hum seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the night, a silent song of another world. My body shook uncontrollably, a tremor that started in my core and spread through every limb. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and utterly broken. Suddenly the humming changed. It didn't just intensify, it shifted pitch, rising slightly, becoming more complex, almost melodic. And the light, too, brightened, casting a more distinct, eerie glow through the trees. It was still a diffuse light, but now I could perceive individual trees momentarily illuminated in its ghostly sheen, their trunks glowing with an unearthly aura. Then the humming stopped, abruptly. The silence that followed was so profound, so absolute, it was almost deafening. The kind of silence that feels heavy, suffocating. The kind that presses in on you, makes your ears ache, makes you aware of every beat of your own terrified heart. And in that sudden, terrible silence, the light began to move. It wasn't a rapid movement, not a sudden flash or dart. It was slow, deliberate, a gentle drift through the dense undergrowth. The blue-white glow began to advance, weaving its way through the trees, slowly, inexorably, towards my position. My breath caught in my throat, every muscle in my body locked up. My eyes, wide with terror, tracked its progress. It was coming for me. Whatever it was, it had seen me or sensed me, and it was approaching. I pressed myself even deeper into the rough bark of the pine tree, trying to fuse with it, to become invisible. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. My mind screamed at me to run, but my limbs refused to obey. I was frozen, a deer in the headlights, caught in the thrall of an alien, advancing presence. The light continued its slow, steady approach. It was still diffuse, without a clear source, as if the light itself was a living, moving entity. It bobbed gently as it navigated the uneven terrain, illuminating the forest floor in an eerie, otherworldly glow. I could see the leaves, the pine needles, the tangled roots, all bathed in that strange, blue-white luminescence. It was close now, too close. I could hear faint, rustling sounds as it moved, not like footsteps, but more like something gliding through the undergrowth, brushing against leaves and twigs. There was no distinct shape, no discernible form within the light, just the pulsating glow itself, slowly consuming the darkness. A faint, almost imperceptible scent reached me on the wind. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was utterly unfamiliar. Like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something sweet and metallic, and a hint of something clean, sterile, it was the scent of alienness. My body was trembling uncontrollably now. a deep, convulsive shuddering. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring my vision, but I couldn't look away. I was witnessing something impossible, something that would shatter my understanding of the world forever. The light stopped. It was perhaps 30 feet away, just beyond the perimeter of the small clearing where I was huddled. It hovered there, perfectly still, radiating its soft, blue-white glow, illuminating the trees directly in front of it. There was no sound, no movement, just the silent, pulsing light, observing. My breathing was shallow, ragged. My entire being was screaming in terror. I wanted to close my eyes, to pretend it wasn't there, but I couldn't. It held me transfixed, a nightmare made manifest. How long did it stay there? Minutes, hours, time had lost all meaning. It felt like an eternity, an endless confrontation with the unknown. I could feel its presence, a silent pressure in the air, a profound awareness that was focused entirely on me. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the light began to shift. It didn't move away, not at first. Instead, it began to expand. The blue-white glow stretched, elongated, growing taller, broader. It wasn't like a balloon inflating. It was more like a shimmering veil unfolding. As it expanded, the light thinned in places, becoming more translucent, and through the thinnest parts I began to see shapes. Not solid, defined shapes, but shifting, shadowy forms like internal organs glimpsed through diaphanous skin. They were indistinct, undulating, but they conveyed a sense of immense, alien complexity. Tendrils, membrane-like structures, pulsating nodes, impossible anatomy, glimpsed through a veil of light. My stomach churned. I felt a wave of nausea, overwhelming and immediate. This wasn't just light, it was a being, a creature of light and shadow, an entity of impossible form. It continued to expand, growing larger, taller than the surrounding pines, a column of shimmering, undulating blue-white light. The forest around it was swallowed by its strange luminescence, every tree, every leaf, every stone bathed in its unearthly glow. And then, as it reached its full, terrifying height, a sound began to emanate from within the light. It wasn't the hum, it was something else, a whisper, a multitude of whispers like countless voices speaking at once in a language I couldn't comprehend. It was soft, hissing, chittering, a cacophony of alien sounds that seemed to vibrate directly inside my skull. It wasn't angry or threatening, but it was utterly, profoundly alien, a sound that conveyed vastness and ancientness beyond human reckoning. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, pressing in on me from all sides. My hands flew to my ears again, trying to block out the unbearable sound, but it was useless. It was inside me. The light pulsed faster now, brighter, and as it pulsed, the shadows within seemed to solidify, to gain more definition. I saw what looked like innumerable eyes, tiny pinpricks of darkness within the light, all staring, all focused on me. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My throat was locked, my vocal cords paralyzed by fear. My mind, already at its breaking point, began to fracture. This was it. This was the end. I was going to die here, consumed by this impossible, whispering light. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light began to contract. The whispers faded, shrinking back into the depths of the shimmering column. The multitude of eyes seemed to recede, dissolving back into the diffuse glow. The column of light grew smaller, shrinking, condensing, pulling itself back into its original bobbing sphere. It hovered there again, 30 feet away, a perfectly contained sphere of blue-white luminescence, silent once more. The vastness, the complexity, the alien whispers, all gone, leaving only the silent, pulsing glow. I could feel my heart slowly, painfully, starting to beat again, a frantic drum against my ribs. My breathing was still ragged, but I was breathing. I was alive. The light remained still for another agonizing moment, a silent vigil. Then it slowly, deliberately began to turn. It wasn't facing me anymore. It was turning towards the north, towards the deeper, darker reaches of the wilderness. And then, without a sound, it began to move away. Slowly, gracefully, it drifted back into the shadows of the forest, the blue-white glow gradually diminishing as the trees swallowed it. I watched, mesmerized, until the last flicker of light disappeared completely, leaving the forest in absolute darkness, a darkness made even more profound by the memory of what had just been there. The silence returned, but it was a different kind of silence now, a haunted silence, a silence that held the echoes of alien whispers and pulsating light. I remained huddled, frozen, for what felt like hours, even after the light had vanished. My body shook with residual fear, my mind numb with shock. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. I just lay there, listening, waiting, half expecting it to return. But it didn't. The night was still. The only sounds were the wind in the pines, the distant hoot of an owl, and the frantic pounding of my own heart. As the pre-dawn glow began to lighten the eastern sky, painting the world in muted shades of gray and silver, I finally dared to move. My muscles screamed in protest, stiff and cold from hours of rigid stillness. Every joint ached, every nerve ending felt raw. But the growing light brought with it a fragile thread of sanity, a desperate hope that the nightmares of the night would recede with the darkness. I slowly uncurled myself from the sleeping bag, my movements slow and clumsy. My axe was still there, lying exactly where it had fallen, a futile symbol of defense against something utterly beyond human weapon. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs wobbly and uncertain. My head spun, a combination of dehydration, exhaustion, and sheer terror. I felt a dizzying wave of nausea, and for a moment I thought I might collapse. The forest around me, illuminated by the nascent dawn, looked utterly normal. The pines stood tall and silent, their needles glistening with dew. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and twigs, exactly as it should be. There was no trace of the blue-white light, no scorch marks on the trees, no strange residue on the forest floor. It was as if the terrifying encounter had been a figment of my shattered imagination. But it hadn't been. The memory was too vivid, too searingly real. The pulsating glow, the expanding veil of light, the glimpse of impossible anatomy, the horrifying symphony of alien whispers. It was all etched into the very core of my being. My mind screamed at me to deny it, to dismiss it as a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear, but a deeper, more primal part of me knew the truth. I had witnessed something truly profound, truly alien, and it had left an indelible mark. The silence, too, was profound, but different now. It was no longer the oppressive, expectant silence of yesterday or the terrifying, humming silence of the night. It was the silence of a wilderness that had seen too much, a silence pregnant with unspoken secrets. I strained my ears, half expecting the low thrum to return, but there was nothing. Only the gentle whisper of the wind and the far-off chirping of a single, tentative bird, the first I'd heard in days. It was a small sound, but it felt like a monumental shift, a tiny crack in the wall of strangeness that had surrounded me. I stumbled over to my backpack, which I had simply dropped last night. My hands fumbled with the straps, pulling out my water bottle. It was almost empty. My throat was raw, my tongue felt like sandpaper. I needed water desperately. My fear of lingering near water sources still lingered, a chilling echo of the lake's betrayal, but this was a matter of survival. I had to find a stream, and soon. My map and compass were still tucked into a side pocket. I pulled them out again, my hands shaking less violently now, but still unsteady. The sun was slowly climbing higher, painting the eastern sky in soft pastels. With the increasing light, I hoped to finally get my bearings. I tried to orient myself again, matching the peaks on the map to the real ones around me. And that's when I saw it. Not a peak, not a landmark I recognized, but something else entirely. High above the tree line, far in the distance, a faint shimmer. It wasn't the sun reflecting off rock, nor was it a cloud formation. It was a subtle, almost invisible distortion in the air itself, directly over what I calculated to be the area of Silverwood Lake. It was like heat haze, but too precise, too stationary, too wrong for the crisp, cold morning air. My blood ran cold again. The lake. It was still there, radiating its impossible strangeness, even from miles away. The shimmer was a beacon, a silent, chilling reminder that this was no ordinary wilderness. This was a place where the veil between worlds was thin, or perhaps entirely absent. I forced myself to look away, my gaze returning to the map. The desperation to escape, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place, was a burning fire in my gut. I had to find the trail. I had to get out. I spent the next hour trying to navigate, poring over the map, comparing it to the surrounding terrain. My sense of direction, usually reliable, was completely warped. Every ridge looked the same, every valley seemed to lead nowhere. The few landmarks I thought I recognized proved to be deceptive. I felt like I was trapped in a labyrinth, a repeating loop of pine trees and granite. The mountains, once my sanctuary, were now my prison. A gnawing fear began to settle in. What if I wasn't just lost from the trail, but lost in something else? What if the wilderness itself had subtly changed? The thought was terrifying, echoing the lake's reflections. If the stars could shift, if light could whisper, what else was possible? My thirst was becoming unbearable. My mouth was dry, my throat aching. I knew I couldn't last much longer without water. I remembered seeing a small creek on the map, running down a ravine further north in the direction I was not supposed to go. But at this point, survival trumped fear. I had to risk it. With a heavy heart, I set off in the direction of the creek, abandoning the futile attempt to find the main trail. My movements were slow, my body exhausted, but a primal urge to survive kept me moving. I stumbled through dense undergrowth, tripped over roots, and navigated rocky slopes, my eyes constantly scanning for any sign of water. The faint shimmer over Silverwood Lake remained in my peripheral vision, a constant, unsettling presence. It was like a silent sentinel, watching my desperate struggle. After what felt like an eternity, I finally heard it, the faint, unmistakable sound of rushing water. Relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over me. I pushed through the last line of trees and found myself at the edge of a narrow, fast-flowing creek, its waters crystal clear and sparkling in the morning sun. I practically fell to my knees, cupping my hands and drinking deeply. The water was icy cold, shocking my system, but it was the most glorious taste I had ever experienced. I drank until my stomach ached, then splashed some on my face, letting the cold seep into my pores. It felt like a small victory, a tiny step back towards normalcy. As I sat there, catching my breath, a wave of exhaustion hit me. The emotional and physical toll of the last 2 days, culminating in the terror of the night, was immense. My mind felt like a frayed rope on the verge of snapping. I needed rest, but I knew I couldn't afford it. Not yet. I had to keep moving. I refilled my water bottle, then pulled out my map again. Now that I had found the creek, I could at least pinpoint my general location. It was still far from the main trail, but it was a known feature. a fixed point in a world that seemed to be unmooring. As I traced the creek's path on the map, planning my next move, my eyes caught on something else. A symbol I hadn't noticed before, or perhaps hadn't paid enough attention to, hidden in a cluster of contour lines. It was a small, crudely drawn circle with a faint dot in the center. It was located upstream from my current position, deep within an area marked as uncharted or unexplored, typically a sign of extremely rugged terrain or simply an oversight by cartographers. But this circle wasn't part of the standard map legend. It looked like an annotation, a faint pencil mark, and beside it, almost too small to read, were two letters, AL. Al Silverwood Lake. Al could stand for anomalous location, or something even more cryptic. A shiver went down my spine. Had someone else encountered something strange here? Was this a warning? My gaze drifted from the map to the real world upstream. The creek wound its way into a deep, narrow gorge flanked by steep, jagged cliffs. It looked daunting, almost impassable. But the symbol on the map, the owl, tugged at something deep within me. A morbid curiosity, perhaps, or a desperate need for answers. What if the source of the lake's strangeness, or even the light entity, lay upstream? A part of me screamed to turn around, to follow the creek downhill, to try and find my way out of this nightmare. But another, darker part, driven by the sheer enormity of what I had witnessed, yearned for understanding. I was already lost, already deeply embroiled in something impossible. What further harm could come from exploring a little more? The thought of finding answers, of understanding what was happening, was a powerful motivator. I felt a strange mix of dread and a desperate, almost obsessive need to know. I had to know. I made a choice. Instead of heading downstream towards possible rescue, I would follow the creek upstream, towards the owl mark, towards the heart of the unknown. It was a foolish decision, born of trauma and an unyielding desire for clarity, but in that moment, it felt like the only path forward. I slung my pack back on, the weight feeling less oppressive now that I had a purpose, however misguided. My body still ached, but my mind was singularly focused. I started walking upstream, following the winding path of the creek, deeper and deeper into the gorge. The terrain grew increasingly challenging. The gorge narrowed, the cliffs rising sheer on either side, casting deep shadows even at midday. The creek itself became a series of cascades and small waterfalls, forcing me to clamber over slick rocks and thorny bushes. The going was slow, arduous, and dangerous. The silence was even more profound here, amplified by the high rock walls. The only sound was the rushing water and my own ragged breathing. No birds, no insects, no rustling of unseen animals. It was a sterile, pristine silence, the kind that feels utterly empty. Hours passed, the sun climbed to its zenith, then began its slow descent. My initial resolve began to waver, replaced by growing fatigue and doubt. What was I doing? This was madness. I was putting myself in even greater peril, chasing after a cryptic mark on a map, driven by an impossible curiosity. I stopped to rest on a large, flat boulder beside the creek, pulling out a half-eaten energy bar. The food tasted bland, but I forced myself to eat, trying to replenish my rapidly depleting energy stores. My eyes scanned the cliffs above, searching for any sign of the owl location, but they remained impassive, unbroken walls of granite. As I sat there, gnawing on the energy bar, my gaze drifted to the water. The creek, unlike Silverwood Lake, seemed perfectly normal. Its surface sparkled, its depths were clear, and I could even see small darting minnows in the shallower pools. A tiny flicker of relief, a moment of normal. But then I heard it again. The humming. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate from the very rock walls around me. It wasn't directional, not clearly coming from upstream or downstream. It was simply there, a deep, pervasive hum that seemed to fill the air, like the earth itself was breathing. My blood ran cold. The humming was back. The same unnatural, artificial sound that had preceded the light entity. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I slowly stood up, my eyes wide, scanning the cliff faces, searching for a source. The sound grew subtly louder, becoming more pronounced, more insistent. It was the same slow, deliberate rhythm, the same cosmic heartbeat. It seemed to emanate from the very stone, from the air, from everywhere. It was overwhelming, a sound that bypassed my ears and went straight to my bones, vibrating through my entire body. My teeth felt like they were rattling. And then I saw it. High up on the cliff face, almost directly above me, a faint, almost invisible shimmer. Not the heat-haze distortion I had seen over Silverwood Lake, but something far more subtle. It was as if the air itself was rippling, like water disturbed by an unseen current. It was a distortion, a fluctuation in reality, directly embedded in the solid granite. My binoculars, I fumbled for them, pulling them out of my pack with trembling hands. I raised them, trying to focus on the shimmering spot. Through the lenses, the distortion became clearer. It wasn't a natural phenomenon, it was a portal. A shimmering, oval-shaped portal, perhaps 10 feet tall and 5 feet wide, embedded seamlessly into the sheer rock face. It pulsed with a faint, almost invisible energy, like liquid heat. The rock around it seemed to warp and bend into its form, as if it had always been there, or had simply grown out of the mountain itself. And through the shimmering surface, I could see something. It wasn't a clear view, more like looking through frosted glass or disturbed water, but I could make out hints of a landscape beyond, colors that seemed too vibrant, too intense for the natural world, shapes that were fluid, organic, yet utterly foreign. It was a glimpse into another place, another reality. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was the source, not just of the humming, but of everything. The altered reflections, the silent wilderness, the light entity, it all connected to this impossible gateway. This was the owl on the map, anomalous location. The humming intensified, vibrating through me, making my skull ache. The portal shimmered brighter, its edges becoming more defined, like a membrane stretching taut. The air around it felt charged, alive with an unseen energy. I was mesmerized, terrified, but unable to tear my eyes away. This was the impossible made real. This was a direct window into another dimension, another existence. Then, from within the shimmering portal, something began to emerge. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic appearance. It was slow, deliberate, like a birth. A dark, indistinct shape began to coalesce within the shimmering field, pushing through the veil. It was large, many times the size of a human, and it seemed to absorb the light around it, rather than reflect it. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate tattoo of fear. I squeezed the binoculars so hard my knuckles turned white. This was it. This was the ultimate unknown. The shape solidified further, gaining definition. It was a massive, multi-limbed creature, vaguely insectoid, but with a terrifying alien grace. Its body was segmented, covered in what looked like dark, iridescent chitin that glinted faintly even in the absorbed light. It had numerous slender limbs, each ending in a cluster of fine, almost whip-like tendrils. Its head was small in comparison to its body. but I could make out multiple, multifaceted eyes that seemed to glow with an inner, predatory intelligence. It moved with a silent, fluid grace, slowly pulling itself through the portal, as if navigating a viscous fluid. The humming intensified with each inch of its emergence, a deep, resonant throb that seemed to announce its arrival. The creature was immense, easily 20 feet long, its segmented body unfolding into the gorge. It radiated an aura of ancient power, of a predator from another world, perfectly adapted to its impossible existence. As its head fully emerged, its multifaceted eyes swept over the gorge, taking in its surroundings. And then slowly, deliberately, they locked onto me. I froze, caught in its alien gaze. A jolt of pure, unadulterated terror coursed through me, paralyzing me to the spot. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. I was a tiny, insignificant speck, utterly exposed, utterly helpless, in the presence of something truly monstrous. The creature held my gaze for what felt like an eternity, its alien intelligence probing, assessing. I felt a cold, invasive pressure in my mind, as if it was attempting to read my thoughts, to understand me. It was a profoundly violating sensation, stripping away any last vestiges of privacy. Then slowly, one of its many slender limbs began to unfurl, reaching out from the shimmering portal. It was covered in the same dark, iridescent chitin, but as it extended, the whip-like tendrils at its tip began to spread, to unfurl, revealing a cluster of incredibly delicate, almost crystalline structures. They pulsed faintly with the same blue-white light I had seen last night, a soft, ethereal luminescence. The tendril extended further, slowly, deliberately, reaching towards the ground beside the creek. It was not coming for me, not directly. It was reaching for something else. And then I saw what it was reaching for. Embedded in the rock beside the creek, half hidden by a patch of moss, was a small, smooth, dark stone. It looked utterly unremarkable, just another pebble in the vastness of the wilderness. But as the creature's tendril approached it, the stone began to glow. A faint inner luminescence, a soft, warm light that pulsed in rhythm with the creature's own tendrils. It was not the blue-white light of the creature, but a deeper, warmer, golden glow. The tendrils of the creature gently wrapped around the glowing stone, not grasping it, but cradling it with exquisite care. The humming from the portal reached a crescendo, a deep, resonant roar that vibrated through the entire gorge, making the very air crackle. And then, as the creature held the stone, another sound began to emanate, not from the creature, but from the portal itself. A high-pitched whine, like straining metal, that rose in intensity, becoming a piercing shriek. The shimmering portal began to destabilize. Its edges pulsed wildly, the air around it distorting even further. The landscape glimpsed through it became a kaleidoscopic blur of impossible colors and shifting shapes. The creature, still cradling the glowing stone, slowly began to retract back into the portal, pulling its massive, segmented body through the shimmering veil. Its multifaceted eyes remained fixed on me until the very last moment, a silent, chilling gaze that promised both vastness and profound danger. As its head disappeared back into the portal, the high-pitched shriek reached an unbearable intensity. The entire gorge seemed to vibrate, the rock walls trembling visibly. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound was too powerful, too pervasive. It felt like my skull was going to crack open. Then, with a final, deafening crack that echoed like thunder, the portal imploded. The shimmering field collapsed inward, violently. The air where it had been seemed to fold in on itself, creating a brief, blinding flash of light that seared my eyes, even through my closed lids. A powerful shockwave slammed into me, throwing me backward from my precarious perch on the boulder. I hit the ground hard, my head striking a sharp rock. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. For a moment, the world spun, a chaotic blur of light and shadow, sound and silence. Then darkness. I woke slowly, disoriented and in immense pain. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache that pulsed behind my right eye. My entire body felt bruised and battered, as if I had been run over by a truck. The air was cold, and the faint light filtering through the trees told me it was either very early morning or very late evening. I lay still for a moment, trying to piece together what had happened. The portal, the creature, the glowing stone, the implosion. It all rushed back to me, a terrifying torrent of impossible memories. It hadn't been a dream, it had been real. I cautiously opened my eyes. The world was blurry at first, then slowly came into focus. I was lying on the cold, hard ground beside the creek. My backpack was a few feet away, scattered, its contents partially spilled. My binoculars lay broken near my outstretched hand, their lenses cracked. The gorge was silent, utterly, profoundly silent. The rushing water of the creek was the only sound, a gentle murmur that seemed almost comforting after the cacophony of before. I slowly pushed myself up, groaning at the effort. My head spun, and I felt a fresh wave of nausea. I reached up and gingerly touched the back of my head. My fingers came away wet and sticky. Blood. I had a gash, perhaps a concussion. This was bad. I looked up at the cliff face where the portal had been. There was nothing, just sheer, unbroken granite. No shimmering distortion, no residual energy, not even a faint mark on the rock. It was as if it had never existed. The mountain was whole, impassive, a silent witness to an impossible event. My mind struggled to comprehend. How long had I been out? A few hours, a full day. The light was still dim, but it was getting brighter. The air felt colder now, a distinct chill of impending night, or perhaps the lingering cold of a mountain dawn. I couldn't tell. I rummaged through my scattered pack, finding my small first aid kit. With trembling hands, I cleaned the wound on my head as best I could, using a pre-packaged alcohol swab, wincing at the sting. I applied a pressure bandage, knowing it was a temporary fix. I needed proper medical attention, and fast. The immediate terror had receded, replaced by a deep, bone-wearying exhaustion and a gnawing sense of urgency. I had to get out of here. This was no longer an adventure, or even a frightening hike. This was a nightmare of existential proportions. I managed to collect my scattered gear, stuffing it back into my backpack with clumsy movements. I checked my water bottle, still full from when I had refilled it earlier. That was a small mercy. My compass and map, I pulled them out again. The owl mark was still there, a cruel joke. I looked from the map to the blank cliff face. It was as if the universe itself was mocking me, erasing the evidence of the impossible, leaving me with only the fracturing fragments of my own sanity. The sun was indeed setting. The western sky was painted in fiery oranges and purples, mirroring the scene from my first night at Silverwood Lake. The air grew colder, and the long shadows began to stretch across the gorge. Darkness was coming again. And with it, the thought of the stars, the lake. No, I couldn't go back there. I wouldn't. I had to get away from this gorge, away from wherever that portal had been. I had to find a safe place for the night, however temporary, and then I had to make my way out. But which way was out? I was still lost. more lost than ever. The concussion made my head spin with every slight movement. My vision was occasionally blurry, and a dull ringing echoed in my ears. I decided to head downstream. It was the only logical choice. Following the creek would eventually lead me to wider valleys and hopefully to signs of civilization or a clearer trail. The idea of climbing out of the gorge or continuing upstream was simply too much. I started walking slowly, carefully, my eyes scanning the ground for hazards. Every step was an effort. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my head. The fatigue was overwhelming, a crushing weight that threatened to pull me down. As the last sliver of sun vanished behind the peaks, and the first hesitant stars began to prick through the deepening twilight, I knew I couldn't go much further. I had to make camp, even if it was just a temporary, uncomfortable stop. I found a small, relatively flat alcove in the rock wall, just large enough for me to huddle in. I didn't bother with the tent. I just unrolled my sleeping bag, pulled it up to my chin, and leaned back against the cold rock, trying to conserve every ounce of energy. The stars began to emerge, one by one, in their full, magnificent glory. I closed my eyes tightly, not wanting to see them, not wanting to remember the lake, the shifting constellations, the subtle, terrifying misalignment. But the images were burned into my mind, a constant, flickering horror behind my eyelids. The cold seeped into my bones. The silence of the gorge, broken only by the gentle murmur of the creek, pressed in on me. I was utterly alone, more vulnerable than I had ever been. My mind raced, replaying the events of the last few days. The lake, the humming, the light, the portal, the creature. It was all too much, too impossible. I felt the fragile threads of my sanity beginning to unravel. Was I going insane? Was this concussion making me hallucinate? I wanted to believe it desperately, but the memories were too sharp, too detailed, too viscerally real. A new thought, even more terrifying, began to surface. The creature. Its eyes had locked onto me. It had known I was there, and it had taken that glowing stone. What was it? What was its purpose? And why had it vanished? And the lake, was it merely a reflection of the strangeness, or was it somehow connected to the portal, a gateway itself, a mirror to a reality that pulsed with alien life? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I lay there shivering, not just from the cold, but from a deep existential dread. I was trapped, lost, injured, and witness to something that defied all human understanding. The wilderness, my solace, had become a nightmare. Hours passed. The stars wheeled overhead, a dazzling, mocking display. I kept my eyes closed, trying to avoid their gaze, but their imagined presence was a heavy weight upon me. I drifted in and out of a fitful, shallow sleep, plagued by fragmented images of shimmering portals and many-eyed creatures. My head throbbed relentlessly. The cold intensified. Then, just before dawn, I heard it again. The humming. It was faint at first, a distant, almost imperceptible thrum, but unmistakably the same deep, resonant vibration. It seemed to come from far away, from the north, from the direction I was trying to escape. My eyes snapped open. The stars were still visible, though beginning to fade. My heart leaped into my throat. It was back, or something was back. The humming grew subtly louder, a slow, deliberate rhythm that seemed to approach. It wasn't as intense as when the portal was open, but it was there, a chilling reminder of the impossible. And then, accompanying the hum, I saw it. A faint blue-white glow, pulsing gently, visible through the trees at the top of the gorge, far in the distance. It was moving, slowly, deliberately, weaving its way through the mountain landscape. It was the light entity, the same one I had encountered last night. It was not coming directly towards me, but it was moving in my general direction, traversing the upper ridges of the mountains, a ghost light in the pre-dawn gloom. Its trajectory seemed to be taking it over the very peaks I would have to cross to get out. My blood ran cold. It was still out there, and it was moving. I watched, frozen in terror, as the blue-white glow slowly descended from the ridge, dipping into a distant valley, still humming its silent, impossible song. It was a terrifying dance of light and shadow, an alien presence navigating the familiar landscape. As the light continued its distant, undulating journey, a new, more horrifying realization dawned on me. This wasn't just a random occurrence. This wasn't just some strange phenomenon confined to one spot. This was a sustained presence. Whatever these entities were, they were active. They were here, and they were moving through the mountains. I was no longer just lost in the wilderness. I was lost in a hunting ground, a territory where impossible things roamed. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me, overriding even the pain in my head. I had to get out, now. The idea of waiting for full daylight, of taking another moment to rest, was unthinkable. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. I hastily stuffed it into my pack, not caring about neatness. My hands fumbled with the straps, pulling them tight. My head throbbed mercilessly, and my vision swam, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins was a powerful motivator. I glanced one last time at the distant, pulsing light, now barely visible through the thick canopy of pines as it moved into the lower reaches of the valley. It was still moving away from me, thankfully, but its trajectory felt unnervingly deliberate. I turned and began to walk downstream, following the winding path of the creek, my every step a desperate plea for survival. The rising sun was just beginning to touch the highest peaks, painting the world in a deceptive, fragile beauty. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, and pushed on, my mind fixated on one single, desperate goal: escape. The creek gradually widened, its banks becoming less steep, allowing me to move a little faster. The forest, however, remained unnaturally silent, the only sounds the gurgle of the water and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of a trail, a cairn, a human footprint, anything that would signify a return to the known world. Hours blurred into a haze of pain and exhaustion. My head throbbed relentlessly, and the effects of the concussion were undeniable. My balance was off, my memory was patchy, and I struggled to focus. But the primal instinct to flee, to survive, kept me going. Then, just as the sun was reaching its midday zenith, I saw it. A faint, barely discernible path, almost entirely overgrown with weeds and moss, branching off from the creek bed. It wasn't the main trail I had hoped for, but it was a trail nonetheless. It was narrow, clearly disused, but it was undoubtedly man-made. A thin thread of hope, fragile but persistent, ignited within me. I followed the overgrown path, pushing through thorny bushes and ducking under low-hanging branches. It was slow going, but it felt like progress. Every step brought me closer to civilization, closer to safety. The path led me deeper into a dense part of the forest, the trees growing thick and tall, blocking out much of the sunlight. The air here was cool and damp, and a strange, earthy smell hung heavy, like decaying leaves mixed with something metallic. As I pushed through a particularly thick patch of undergrowth, the path opened up slightly. and there, in a small clearing, I saw it. A cabin. It was old, impossibly old, built of rough-hewn logs that had long since weathered to a silvery gray. Its windows were dark, either boarded up or simply shrouded in perpetual gloom. The roof was partially caved in, overgrown with moss and small saplings. It looked abandoned, derelict, swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. My first reaction was a surge of immense relief. A cabin, a sign of human life, however ancient or fleeting. It meant I wasn't completely lost, that others had been here before. It meant a chance for shelter, perhaps even supplies. But as I stepped closer, a prickle of unease began to replace the relief. The cabin didn't look merely abandoned, it looked haunted. There was an oppressive stillness about it, a heavy silence that seemed to emanate from the very logs. The air felt colder around it, even in the midday sun. The porch, if you could call it that, was crumbling, its supports rotted away. A single, rickety wooden chair lay overturned in front of the door, its legs broken. Dust and cobwebs coated everything. I approached cautiously, my hand resting on the axe I had retrieved from my pack. The door, made of thick, heavy planks, hung slightly ajar, creaking ominously in the faint breeze. It seemed to beckon me inward, a dark maw promising shelter or something far worse. Common sense, what little I had left, screamed at me to stay away, to turn around and continue down the path, to find a less ominous sign of humanity. But the lure of shelter, of four walls and a roof, however dilapidated, was too strong. My head throbbed, and the thought of another night exposed to the elements and to whatever roamed these mountains was unbearable. I pushed the door open slowly, a long, drawn-out groan of ancient wood echoing in the silence. The interior was pitch black, a suffocating darkness that seemed to swallow the meager light from outside. A musty, earthy smell, mixed with the sharp scent of decay, hit me immediately. "Hello," I called out, my voice thin and shaky. "Is anyone here?" Lonely silence answered, a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. The floorboards creaked under my weight, protesting my intrusion. The air was thick with dust, making me cough. As my eyes slowly adjusted, I began to make out the interior. It was a single, large room. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold and long unused. A crude table and two chairs stood in the center, covered in a thick layer of dust. In one corner, a bed frame, stripped of mattress and bedding, lay like a skeletal remains. The place felt profoundly desolate, as if life had been abruptly sucked out of it, leaving behind only an empty shell. It was a place where people had once lived, had once cooked, had once slept, but now only ghosts remained. I walked further into the room, my footsteps unnaturally loud in the silence. My hand still gripped the axe, a futile comfort. I needed to see if there were any supplies, any clues, any sign of who had lived here, or why they had left. I moved towards the table, intending to wipe away some of the dust. But as I reached it, my eyes caught on something else, something lying on the floor beneath it, half hidden by a fallen roof beam. It was a book. An old leather-bound book, its cover cracked and worn, its pages yellowed with age. It looked like a journal or a diary. My heart gave a strange lurch. A journal. Perhaps it held answers. Perhaps it would explain this. My heart hammered against my ribs, a mixture of trepidation and desperate hope. A journal. It could hold answers. It could explain everything. Or it could unravel my already fractured sanity even further. I knelt, pushing aside the crumbling wood and dust, and carefully picked up the book. The leather was dry and brittle, the pages thick and yellowed, releasing a faint, musty scent of age and forgotten secrets. I carried it over to the doorway, where the meager daylight filtered in and brushed away a thick layer of dust from its cover. No title, no author, just plain, worn leather. I opened it carefully, fearing the spine might crack and the pages would crumble to dust. The handwriting inside was dense, sprawling, and surprisingly legible, despite the fading ink. It was written in a formal, somewhat antiquated script, clearly from another era. The first page had a date, scrawled at the top, August 14th, 1937. My breath hitched, 1937, almost a century old. Who had written this, and what had they experienced in these mountains so long ago? I began to read slowly, my eyes straining in the dim light. August 14th, 1937. Set out from the valley this morning, leaving Clara and the boys with a heavy heart but a resolute spirit. This journey is not for sport, nor for prospecting, though I carry my pick. No, this journey is to find the truth of what happened to Jedediah, my brother, my kin. The sheriff, God rest his soul, said it was a bear or a tumble, the wilderness claiming another foolhardy soul. But Jedediah was no fool, and he spoke of things, strange things, before he vanished. A glint in the cliffs, he said, a star that moved. I dismissed it as mountain fever, the solitude playing tricks on his mind. But now I must see for myself. I follow his last known trapline up towards Silverwood Peak. God willing, I will find him or find what found him. My blood ran cold. Silverwood Peak, Silverwood Lake, and a star that moved. This wasn't some random prospector's diary. This was connected. This was the key. I devoured the words, my eyes racing across the faded ink, my own desperate experience mirroring the writer's. August 16th, 1937. 3 days on the trail. The mountains are as beautiful and as cruel as ever. Found Jedediah's lean-to near a high alpine lake. Silverwood, its beauty is profound, yet something feels wrong. A stillness. The air carries a weight, not a breath of wind, yet the lake's surface shimmers strangely at times, even in full sun. I pitched my tent near his, a morbid shadow, but I feel his presence here. Tonight I saw it, the stars. They twist and turn in the reflection, not true to the heavens above. I rubbed my eyes, thought myself mad, but it is real. The lake is a trickster, a mirror showing a different truth. What is this place? What did Jedediah see? My heart chills. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the book. It was exactly what I had seen. The shifting stars, the feeling of wrongness, the same lake, the same impossible phenomenon. The confirmation, though terrifying, brought with it a perverse sense of validation. I wasn't going insane, not entirely anyway. I continued to read, desperate for more. August 17th, 1937. I have spent the day exploring the lake's perimeter, feeling drawn to it, yet repelled. The silence is profound. No birds, no small creatures. The fish, usually plentiful in these high waters, are absent. A dead place, but not empty. I feel watched. As I approached the great granite cliffs on the far side, I saw it. An opening, a perfect archway high up, too regular to be natural. Jedediah spoke of a glint. Could this be it? I brought out my field glass. Through it, a faint shimmer, a metallic gleam within the darkness. An entrance to something ancient, something hidden. My fear wars with my desperate curiosity. Is this where Jedediah went, or where he was taken? The archway, the glint, he had seen it too, nearly a century ago. This was undeniable now. A chill that had nothing to do with the cabin's cold air spread through me. August 18th, 1937. I climbed today, not directly to the archway, for it is too sheer, but higher up the adjacent cliffs seeking a vantage. My heart was in my throat, but the need to know propelled me. From a precarious ledge I saw it clearer. The opening is indeed a cavern, and within it I saw figures, shifting, indistinct forms like shadows cast by a flickering lamp. They moved with an unnatural grace. Not men, not beasts, something else, something profoundly alien. I gripped my pickaxe, felt its cold steel, but I knew it was useless against such a sight. I retreated, my resolve shattered. This place is not of this world, and Jedediah is gone, swallowed by its impossibility. Figures, shifting forms, my mind reeled. He had seen them. Whatever they were, the beings associated with the portal, the light entity, and he had climbed to see them. My own fear was dwarfed by his desperate bravery, or perhaps his profound folly. August 19th, 1937. I am leaving Silverwood Lake. It is a cursed place, a gateway. I tried to follow Jedediah's trail down, but the mountains themselves seem to conspire against me. I am lost. The familiar landmarks are gone or subtly changed. The trees dense, the path vanishing. Panic has set in. I am deep in the woods, the sun sinking fast, and I hear it, a hum, low, resonant, vibrating through the earth itself. It is not of this world. It is the sound of the thing that took Jedediah. I must hide, I must survive, but despair clutches at my heart. What hope is there against such a presence? Lost humming, my exact experience. The parallel was uncanny, terrifying. My own journey was a distorted echo of his. August 20th, 1937. Huddled in a ravine, the hum pursued me, and then the light, blue-white pulsing, moving through the trees. It is a living thing, a hunter. I saw glimpses within its glow, impossible shapes, like a nightmare made flesh. It searched. It knew I was there. I thought it would find me, consume me, but it passed. It moved towards a deep gorge further north where the hum was strongest. I marked the location on my crude map, a small owl for anomalous location. I do not know if I can move. My body is broken, my spirit shattered, but I saw it move towards the gorge. What is there? What did Jedediah find there? I must find a way out, or I will share his fate. The gorge, the owl mark, he had been there. He had seen the light entity. This journal was a lifeline, a guide through the impossible. It confirmed everything. The entity, the location of the portal. August 21st, 1937. Found this old trapper's cabin, a derelict but shelter. My head aches. I remember a fall. Concussion, perhaps. I am weak. But I found water, a small creek, and enough strength to crawl inside these walls. The humming is fainter here, but still present, a ghost in the air. I can feel the entity still moving in the mountains, a distant pulse of light in the night sky. It haunts this wilderness. I write this now by the fading light, for fear I will not see another dawn. I must leave this journal for Clara, for the boys, so they may know the truth. Not a bear, not a fall, something else, something ancient and terrible. I fear I may not make it, but I will try. I will follow the creek downstream to the valley. Pray for me, for my soul. This place is a door, and something has stepped through it. The last entry, my breath hitched. He had suffered a concussion just like me. He had sought shelter in this very cabin by this very creek. He had written these words, leaving them behind before attempting to escape. I stared at the last lines, the faded signature, Jeremiah Thorne, Jedediah's brother. He had been so close to escape. Had he made it, or had he become another victim of this alien presence? A cold wave of despair washed over me. Jeremiah's journey, his terror, his desperate attempt to warn others, it all resonated with chilling accuracy. He had known, he had recorded, and then what? The cabin grew darker as the sun dipped lower. The shadows deepened, lengthening across the dusty floorboards. The musty air pressed in, thick with the weight of time and untold tragedy. I closed the journal, hugging it to my chest, its brittle leather a strange comfort. It was a testament to the impossible, a warning from the past. But it also offered something more, a thread of hope. Jeremiah had identified the Al location, the portal. He had seen the light entity move. He had tried to get out, downstream along the creek, and I was in his cabin, following his path, nearly a century later. I had to get out, for myself, and for Jeremiah and Jedediah to carry their story, their warning, back to the world. I needed to move, but the thought of spending another night out there, with the light entity roaming, with the humming a distant threat, was terrifying. This cabin, derelict and haunted as it felt, was a shield, a temporary refuge. I decided to make camp here for the night. It was a risk, a dangerous choice, but my body was screaming for rest. My head throbbed, and I knew I couldn't navigate the tricky terrain of the gorge in the dark, not with a concussion. I needed to recover some strength, however minimal, before attempting to escape these mountains. I used my remaining light from my headlamp to sweep the cabin, trying to find anything else, any other clue. There was nothing, just dust, cobwebs, and the skeletal remains of forgotten lives. I cleared a small patch of floor near the cold fireplace, setting down my sleeping bag. I pulled out my meager provisions, another energy bar, some dried fruit. I forced myself to eat, trying to ignore the bland taste, the knot of fear in my stomach. As darkness fully enveloped the cabin, a profound, heavy silence descended. The only sound was the gentle gurgle of the creek outside and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I lay in my sleeping bag, clutching Jeremiah's journal, my eyes wide open, staring into the oppressive blackness. Every creak of the ancient wood, every whisper of the wind through the broken window pane sent a jolt of terror through me. I thought of Jedediah, swallowed by the wilderness. I thought of Jeremiah, desperately writing his truth, then heading into the unknown. Had he made it, the cabin offered no answer, only a chilling emptiness. The hours crawled by. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, piecing together the events, drawing parallels with Jeremiah's account. The lake, the portal, the light entity, the hum, it was all part of a larger, ancient, and terrifying system. What were they? Where did they come from? And what did they want with those glowing stones? The creature had handled the stone with exquisite care, almost reverence. Was it collecting them? For what purpose? And the lake, was it a reflection, a distorted lens? Or was it actively feeding, somehow, on the energy of these entities, these shifted realities? Jeremiah called it a gateway, a door. Was that shimmer I saw over it a residual effect of the portal's energy, or something more? My thoughts spiraled into the impossible, the unimaginable. This wasn't just a place where strange things happened. This was a place where the very fabric of reality was thin, permeable. Suddenly, a sound. It was faint but distinct, a distant thrum, the humming. My entire body tensed, my breath hitched. It was back, it was real. It wasn't just my imagination or the lingering effects of the concussion. The humming was faint, but I could feel its vibration in the cold stone of the fireplace, in the very floorboards beneath me. It seemed to come from far away, from the north, from the direction of the gorge, of the portal. It was moving. I held my breath, listening intently. It was slow, deliberate, a rhythmic pulse in the vast silence of the night. It was the same sound Jeremiah described, the sound of the thing that took Jedediah. And then through a gap in the dilapidated roof, high above, I saw it. A faint, ethereal glow pulsing with a soft, blue-white light. It was moving across the sky, high over the distant peaks, a silent, ghostly beacon against the velvet blackness. The light entity. It was still out there, still active, still roaming the mountains, and it was moving. Its trajectory seemed to be taking it further away, deeper into the untouched wilderness to the north, but its mere presence was a cold comfort. It was a reminder that I was not alone in these mountains, and whatever these entities were, they were a part of this landscape. I watched, mesmerized and terrified, as the pulsing glow slowly disappeared over the distant ridge, swallowed by the vastness of the night. The humming gradually faded with it, receding into the deep, profound silence. The fear was overwhelming, but it was now laced with a grim determination. I would not share Jedediah's fate. I would not be lost to this place. I would make it out, and I would tell their story. I owed it to Jeremiah. The rest of the night passed in a terrifying vigil. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, listening, waiting, my mind racing, preparing myself for the dawn. When the first gray light began to filter through the cracks in the cabin walls, I felt a surge of desperate relief. Daylight. My head still throbbed, a dull ache that seemed to resonate with my very pulse. My body was stiff and sore, every muscle protesting the ordeal, but I was alive, and I had a mission. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my movements still clumsy but fueled by a renewed sense of purpose. I quickly packed my gear, stuffing everything into my backpack with a practiced efficiency born of sheer desperation. Jeremiah's journal I tucked carefully into a waterproof pouch, deep within my pack, a precious cargo. I needed water and I needed to get out. The creek, downstream, that was the plan. I walked to the entrance of the cabin, the old door still hanging ajar. I paused, looking back at the desolate room, the empty fireplace, the spectral bed frame. It was a tomb, a testament to a forgotten tragedy and a repository of unimaginable truths. I closed the journal's pages, securing it, then took one last look at the dusty, silent interior. A sense of closure, however minor, settled over me. This cabin had protected me, and it had given me answers. Now it was time to leave it to its long sleep. I stepped out into the crisp mountain air, the sun just beginning to paint the eastern peaks in soft, rosy hues. The forest floor was still damp with dew, and a thin mist hung in the air, slowly dissipating as the sun climbed higher. The world looked beautiful, pristine, innocent, but I knew better. I glanced around the small clearing, searching for anything I might have missed. No sign of the light entity, no residual hum, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, the chirping of a few adventurous birds, and the distant gurgle of the creek. I started walking, following the faint, overgrown path away from the cabin, heading downstream along the creek's course. My steps were careful, my head still throbbing, but I pushed through the pain. The terrain remained challenging, but now I had a direction, a purpose, and a sense of understanding that, while terrifying, was also empowering. The path eventually led me back to the creek bed, wider and less steep now. I followed its winding course, my eyes constantly scanning the banks for any sign of a more established trail. Hours passed in a haze of physical exertion and mental exhaustion. I drank frequently from the creek, trying to stay hydrated, but my energy reserves were dangerously low. The sun climbed high, then began its slow descent, threatening to plunge me back into the terrors of night. I knew I couldn't afford another night without shelter, not if I wanted to retain any semblance of sanity. The thought of being caught in the dark again, exposed to the elements and the unseen entities, filled me with dread. I had to push harder, faster. My mind, however, kept returning to the journal, to Jeremiah's words. This place is a door, and something has stepped through it. It echoed the idea of the lake being a window, a gateway. What if the entire Silverwood area, this entire stretch of high Sierras, was a nexus, a point of entry for these alien beings? The shimmering I had seen over the lake, the portal in the gorge, the active light entities, it all suggested a persistent, pervasive presence. As I rounded a bend in the creek, pushing through a thicket of willows, I saw it. A faint, almost indistinguishable mark carved into the bark of an ancient pine tree. It was a small, weathered symbol, barely visible beneath a layer of moss. A circle with a single horizontal line through its center. My heart leaped. It was a trail marker, an old one, almost consumed by time and nature, but undeniably man-made. It meant I was getting closer. Closer to a maintained trail, closer to other humans, closer to escape. A surge of relief, pure and overwhelming, washed over me. I wanted to cry, to shout, to collapse in exhaustion, but I pushed it down. Not yet, not until I was truly safe. I followed the faint markers, my pace quickening, fueled by the renewed hope. The creek continued to widen, the valley slowly opening up. The trees began to thin, and the undergrowth became less dense. The air felt lighter, less oppressive. As the sun dipped precariously close to the western peaks, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, I heard it. A sound, faint at first, then growing steadily louder. The unmistakable roar of a distant engine. A car, a truck, something man-made, something from my world. Tears sprang to my eyes, blurring my vision. It wasn't the haunting hum or the alien whispers. It was the sound of civilization, of safety, of home. I stumbled forward, pushing through the last line of trees, and found myself on a much wider, more defined trail. It was still a dirt path, but it was clearly maintained, cleared of debris, with signs of recent foot traffic. And there, visible through the trees, was the glimmer of metal, the flash of a familiar color. My Pathfinder. It sat in the small, dusty parking lot of the Bear Creek trailhead, exactly where I had left it what felt like an eternity ago. It was a battered, beat-up vehicle, but in that moment, it looked like the most beautiful, most welcoming sight I had ever seen. I practically ran the last few hundred yards, my legs burning, my lungs aching, but driven by a force beyond exhaustion. I reached the vehicle, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys in my pocket. I yanked open the driver's side door, threw my pack into the passenger seat, and practically collapsed behind the wheel. I slammed the door shut, locking it with a desperate click. The familiar scent of old upholstery, of gasoline, of my own small, normal life filled the enclosed space. It was a powerful anchor, grounding me in reality. I turned the key and the engine coughed to life, a rough but reassuring rumble. I put it in reverse, backed out of the parking spot, and turned onto the dirt road, leaving the trailhead behind. As I drove away, the mountains loomed in my rearview mirror, majestic and imposing, now shadowed by the setting sun. Silverwood Peak, the high granite cliffs, the hidden gorge, they were all back there, silent, enigmatic, holding their impossible secrets. I drove slowly, carefully, my head throbbing, my eyes scanning the road ahead, half expecting some blue-white light to appear, some shimmering portal to open. But there was nothing, just the familiar, winding dirt road, gradually giving way to pavement as I descended the mountain. The further I drove, the more the immediate terror began to recede, replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness. The adrenaline that had propelled me for the last days slowly drained away, leaving me feeling hollowed out, utterly spent. I passed the first signs of human life, a distant farmhouse, a faint light in a window, a car passing in the opposite direction. Each sight was a small reassurance, a confirmation that I had made it back, that I was no longer alone in that impossible wilderness. But even as I drove, a cold, hard certainty settled in my heart. I was out, but I wasn't free. What I had seen, what I had experienced, would never leave me. The shifting stars, the humming, the pulsing light, the portal, the creature, it was all burned into my mind, an indelible mark on my soul. And Jeremiah Thorne's journal, tucked safely in my pack, was a constant reminder, not just of my own ordeal, but of a truth that stretched back decades, a secret hidden in the heart of the mountains. I knew with chilling certainty that this wasn't over. My escape was just the beginning. I had a story to tell, a warning to deliver. But who would believe me? Who would believe the impossible? And what would I do with the knowledge I carried? The thought hung heavy in the air, a new kind of dread settling in. The wilderness had released me, but it had also changed me forever. I was a different person now, haunted by a truth no one else knew. The small mountain town, a cluster of flickering lights in the gathering darkness, finally appeared on the horizon. It was a welcome sight, promising hot food, a real bed and safety. But even as I drove towards it, I knew that true safety might be an illusion. The door Jeremiah had spoken of, the door in the mountains, it was still there, and something had already stepped through, and now I knew its story. My story. I pulled into the first motel I saw, the Pine Ridge Inn. Its neon sign flickered, buzzing with a mundane, familiar hum that was a stark contrast to the resonant thrum I had heard in the mountains. I paid cash for a room, avoiding eye contact, desperate to be alone. Once inside, I locked the door, drew the faded curtains, and turned on every light. The harsh, fluorescent glow was a poor substitute for sunlight, but it banished the shadows, and that was all that mattered. I stumbled into the bathroom, looking at my reflection in the mirror. A stranger stared back. My face was pale, gaunt, streaked with dirt and dried blood. My eyes were wide, haunted, rimmed with dark circles. My hair was a tangled mess, matted with pine needles and grime. There was a faint gash on the back of my head, crudely bandaged, but a dark bruise was already blossoming around it. I looked at my hand, still trembling slightly, and saw the dirt ingrained beneath my fingernails, the scrapes and cuts on my knuckles. This was real. I hadn't dreamed it. I slowly undressed, letting my filthy clothes drop to the floor. Under the hot shower, the water washing away the grime and sweat, I scrubbed at my skin, trying to wash away the memory, the fear, the impossible truth. But it clung to me, an invisible stain on my soul. After showering, I wrapped myself in a thin motel towel and collapsed onto the bed, the soft mattress feeling like a cloud after days of hard ground. I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind was still reeling, replaying every moment, every terrifying detail. I reached for my backpack, pulling out the waterproof pouch, and carefully retrieved Jeremiah's journal. I opened it to the last entry, rereading his desperate words, his final plea. He had tried to warn them. He had tried to tell the truth. I lay there for hours, the journal clutched to my chest, staring at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sounds of the motel around me, a TV in the next room, a car door slamming, distant laughter. It was the sound of normal life, a world blissfully unaware of the impossible realities hidden just a few hours' drive away. What did I do now? Who could I tell? If I walked into a police station or a newsroom with this story, they would lock me up, or worse, dismiss me as a crazy hiker. Jeremiah Thorne's journal was proof, but it was just one man's account, nearly a century old, easily dismissed as fiction or delusion. A deep sense of isolation settled over me. I had survived, but I was carrying a burden too immense to share, too unbelievable to articulate. I was a witness to something that would shatter the world's understanding of reality, but I was utterly powerless to do anything about it. My gaze drifted to the window, the faded curtains drawn tight. Beyond them, the night sky was beginning to brighten with the approaching dawn. The stars would be fading now, but I knew what they held. I knew their secret. I knew the secret of Silverwood Lake, and of the portal, and of the entities that moved through the mountains. The thought sent a fresh shiver down my spine. They were still out there. They were still active. And I was back in civilization, but the mountains were not that far away. Was I truly safe, or had I simply escaped one kind of trap, only to find myself in another? The weight of what I knew, of what I had seen, pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I had to tell someone. I had to find a way. But where to start? Who would believe me? With the first rays of morning light peeking through the edges of the curtains, I finally drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep, haunted by dreams of shifting constellations and whispering lights. My escape was complete, but the true journey, the one to understand and reveal the truth, had only just begun. I was out of the mountains, but the mountains were far from out of me. The secret of Silverwood Lake pulsed within my very being, a terrifying, undeniable truth. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never be able to truly rest until I found a way to share it. My fitful sleep didn't last long. The sun, a brutal interrogation lamp, pressed against the motel curtains. I woke with a jolt, my head throbbing, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The dreams had been a fractured kaleidoscope of shimmering portals, whispering lights, and the many-eyed creature, its alien gaze burning into my soul. My body was stiff, sore, every muscle protesting the ordeal. I pushed myself up, groaning. My throat was dry, my mouth tasting like old pennies. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. The reflection in the mirror was still a stranger, pale, gaunt, haunted. The bandage on my head felt tight, a constant reminder of the physical toll, but the mental scars ran deeper. Jeremiah Thorne's journal lay on the bedside table, a silent, weighty presence. I picked it up, running my fingers over the brittle leather. His words, his terror, his desperate plea echoed in my mind. He had been through this nearly a century ago, and he had tried to tell the truth. The morning light, though muted by the curtains, felt like a shield. I ordered coffee and a bland breakfast from room service, needing something normal, something mundane to anchor myself. The lukewarm coffee was a bitter comfort, the stale toast a tasteless necessity. I forced it down, every bite an effort. As I ate, I reread Jeremiah's final entries, searching for any detail I might have missed, any hint of what came next. He had intended to follow the creek downstream to the valley. Had he made it, the journal ended abruptly, a chilling cliffhanger. I felt a profound connection to this man, a kinship forged in shared terror. The isolation was crushing. Who could I tell? My college friends, busy with their new lives, would dismiss it as a stress-induced hallucination. My dad, who had warned me about hiking solo, would be devastated, but likely chalk it up to a severe concussion and dehydration. I pictured trying to explain the lake, the hum, the light, the portal, the creature. It sounded like the ramblings of a madman. But I had proof, Jeremiah's journal. It was old, yes, but it corroborated my story with unnerving precision. It wasn't just my delusion, it was a shared delusion, spanning generations. That had to count for something. I spent the morning in that motel room, pacing, thinking, replaying every horrifying moment. I called my parents, telling them I was back and safe, just tired from the hike. Their relief was palpable, their questions innocent. I couldn't bring myself to tell them anything else. not yet. My phone miraculously had a few bars of signal here. I used it to search for Silverwood Lake and High Sierra's strange phenomena. Nothing, just articles about its beauty, its remoteness, its pristine nature. No mention of shifting stars, no ancient portals, no blue-white lights. It was as if the world conspired to ignore the impossible. Then I tried Jeremiah Thorne and Jedediah Thorne. After some digging, I found a few old newspaper clippings from the late 1930s. A local prospector, Jedediah Thorne, vanished in the Silverwood area, believed to be a bear attack or a fall. His brother Jeremiah went looking for him and also disappeared a few weeks later. The articles were brief, dismissive, typical of remote wilderness disappearances. They offered no hint of the true horrors. Jeremiah hadn't made it out. His journal was his final testament, his last cry in the wilderness. A fresh wave of despair washed over me. He had died trying to escape, trying to warn, and I had found his warning. I was his legacy. This couldn't be ignored. I couldn't just go back to my life, pretending this hadn't happened. The mountains, the lake, the entities, they were still there. And if Jeremiah's story was any indication, they had been there for a very long time. I needed help, not from the authorities, not from friends and family. I needed someone who might believe, someone who understood the edges of science, the fringe of reality. My mind, still a little fuzzy from the concussion, began to piece together a plan, however nascent. I thought back to my college days to a particular professor, Dr. Eris Thorne. He taught a niche course on unexplained phenomena and folklore, a class I had taken out of pure curiosity. He was eccentric, brilliant, and had an open mind, perhaps too open for some. He spoke of ancient myths with a scholar's respect, not dismissal. He encouraged critical thinking, but also a willingness to consider what lies beyond our current understanding. His office was a chaotic mess of books on cryptozoology, ufology, lost civilizations, and quantum physics. He was often mocked by his more conventional colleagues, but his students adored him. Thorne Jeremiah Thorne. The name was common, but the coincidence pricked at my mind. Was it possible, a descendant, a distant relative, carrying a subconscious echo of the family tragedy? It was a long shot, a desperate hope, but it was the only lead I had. I found his contact information through the university website, an email address, and an old office number. I stared at it for a long time. What would I say? Hello, Dr. Thorne. I found your ancestors' diary in a haunted cabin in the Sierras, and I've seen aliens. He'd probably hang up or mark my email as spam. I decided on a more cautious approach. An email first. Something intriguing, hinting at a discovery related to his field of study. I crafted it carefully, deleting and rewriting phrases, trying to sound sane and articulate despite the chaos in my head. Subject: urgent research inquiry regarding Silverwood Lake and High Sierra's anomaly. Dear Dr. Thorne, my name is my name. I was a student in your Unexplained Phenomena and Folklore course a few years ago. I hope you remember me. I'm writing to you today because I've recently returned from a solo hiking trip in the High Sierras, specifically the Silverwood Lake area, where I experienced a series of events that defy all rational explanation and scientific understanding. They fall precisely within the realm of the unexplained phenomena you discussed in your class. More importantly, during my ordeal, I stumbled upon a historical document, a personal journal detailing similar, almost identical, experiences from nearly a century ago in the very same location. The author of this journal was a man named Jeremiah Thorne. Given your surname and academic focus, I felt compelled to reach out to you first. I believe this journal, combined with my own eyewitness account, points to a persistent, profound anomaly in the Silverwood region. I understand this sounds extraordinary, but I have physical evidence and a coherent narrative. I am currently in Motel Town and in need of assistance and guidance. I believe this warrants immediate and serious investigation. Please, if you have any availability or interest, I would be grateful for the opportunity to speak with you further and share what I've found. I can be reached at my phone number. Sincerely, my name. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the send button. This was it, the first step into acknowledging the impossible to another human being. It felt like stepping off a cliff, but what other choice did I have? I clicked send. The email disappeared into the digital ether, a tiny message carrying an impossible truth. I felt a strange mix of relief and renewed anxiety. Now I waited. The rest of the day was a blur of nervous energy. I tried to rest, but my mind wouldn't still. I kept my phone closed, checking it compulsively. No reply. It was late afternoon when I finally gave up hope for the day. He was probably busy or dismissed my email as a hoax. Just as I was about to call it a night, around 8 p.m., my phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. This is Dr. Thorne. Your email is intriguing, and the name Thorne very intriguing. Are you safe? Can you speak now? A jolt of adrenaline shot through me. He had responded and immediately picked up on the Thorne connection. I quickly typed back, yes, Dr. Thorne, I am safe physically for now, and yes, I can speak. The phone rang immediately. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and answered. Hello, my voice sounded shaky, thin. Is this my name? A calm, deep voice, familiar from his lectures, came through the line. This is Aris Thorne. Yes, Dr. Thorne, thank you for calling. Let's dispense with formalities, my name, he said, his tone serious but with an underlying current of intense curiosity. Your email, it's quite something. A shared surname, a century-old journal, Silverwood Lake, unexplained phenomena. My great-granduncle, Jeremiah Thorne, vanished near Silverwood Lake in the late 1930s while searching for his brother, Jedediah. Is that the Jeremiah Thorne of your journal? My breath hitched. Yes, Dr. Thorne, that's him. His journal details precisely what I experienced, almost word for word. A long silence on the other end. I could almost hear his mind whirring. Impossible, he muttered, more to himself than to me. But then again, impossible is a word I've learned to treat with suspicion. Tell me my name, can you meet me? In person, immediately. Yes, I said without hesitation. Where? I'm at the university, about a 4-hour drive from Motel Town, he said. It's late, but this isn't something I can discuss over the phone. Can you drive through the night? I can arrange for a safe place for you to stay here, and we can speak first thing in the morning. I'll be there, I said, a surge of grim determination overcoming my exhaustion. I'll leave now. Excellent, drive carefully, and my name, keep the journal safe. Do not let it out of your sight. His voice was grave, emphasizing the danger. I'll text you an address and instructions. Stay in touch on the road. I will, Dr. Thorns. I hung up, my hand still trembling. I had found him. A link, a connection, a glimmer of hope in the overwhelming darkness. I checked out of the motel, paid with my credit card, and got back into my Pathfinder. The 4-hour drive was arduous. My head still throbbed, and the concussion made focusing difficult. I drank coffee, blasted the AC, and talked to myself to stay awake. Every shadow on the roadside seemed to shift. Every distant light made me flinch. The memories of the mountains clung to me like a shroud. I arrived at the university town just as dawn was breaking, exhausted but strangely exhilarated. Dr. Thorne had texted me directions to a small, nondescript guest house owned by the university, far from the main campus. I found the key under a potted plant as instructed and let myself in. The room was clean, simple, and blessedly quiet. I didn't even bother unpacking. I just double-locked the door, placed my backpack with the journal in it beside the bed, and collapsed onto the crisp sheets. Despite my exhaustion, sleep was a long time coming. My mind was too alight with anticipation, with the knowledge that answers, or at least a path to them, might finally be within reach. I woke a few hours later, still tired but feeling a little more coherent. The concussion still a dull ache, but the immediate crisis felt further away. I showered, changed into my cleanest, least grimy clothes, and then sat on the edge of the bed, clutching Jeremiah's journal, waiting for Dr. Thorne's call. It came promptly at 9 a.m. Good morning, my name, ready to talk. As I'll ever be, Dr. Thorne. Excellent, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes, and please just Aris. Aris, I repeated, the name feeling strange on my tongue after years of formality. When he arrived, Aris Thorne was exactly as I remembered him, a man in his late 60s, with a shock of unruly white hair, intelligent, kind eyes that twinkled behind thick-rimmed glasses, and a perpetually rumpled tweed jacket. He looked more like a kindly librarian than someone who delved into cosmic horrors. He didn't waste time with small talk. His gaze immediately fell on the journal clutched in my hand. "So this is it," he said, his voice hushed, reverent. I nodded, my throat tight. Yes, and this is my story. We sat for hours in that quiet guest house room. I told him everything, from the initial thrill of the hike to the subtle misalignment of the stars to the full-blown terror of the shifting constellations. I described the profound quiet, the lack of wildlife, the lifeless lake, the ancient archway, the mysterious glint. I detailed my getting lost, the terrifying hum, the pulsing blue-white light, the horrifying expansion of the entity, the alien whispers. And finally, the portal, the multi-limbed creature, the glowing stone, and the implosion. Eris listened intently, his expression a mixture of disbelief, fascination, and growing horror. He didn't interrupt, didn't scoff, didn't dismiss. He just listened, occasionally jotting down notes in a small, worn notebook he pulled from his jacket pocket. When I finished, breathless and emotionally drained, the room was silent. He leaned back, pushing his glasses up his nose, his eyes closed for a moment. "Extraordinary," he finally murmured, "simply extraordinary and terrifying. I always knew, I always felt there was something more to Jeremiah's disappearance, to Jedediah's." "You believe me?" I asked, a desperate hope in my voice. He opened his eyes, fixing me with his intense gaze. "Believe you? My name, I believe you implicitly. Everything you've described, it aligns perfectly with certain ancient texts, with fringe theories, with whispers from cultures long vanished. The thin places where realities bleed into one another, the idea of other dimensional beings interacting with our world, the shifting nature of perceived reality." He paused, his gaze dropping to the journal. "And this. This is the linchpin. This is the proof. A first-hand account, recorded nearly a century ago, describing the exact same sequence of events. The congruence is chilling." He reached out, his hand hovering over the journal. "May I?" I nodded, carefully handing him the brittle book. He handled it with the utmost care, gently turning the pages, his eyes scanning Jeremiah's sprawling handwriting. He stopped at the entry describing the shifting stars, then the archway, then the humming and the light entity, and finally the owl mark. My God, he whispered. He saw it all, he knew. He called it a door, I said, and something has stepped through it. Eris looked up, his face grim. Indeed, a very apt description. What you witnessed, my name, appears to be an active gateway, a persistent interdimensional rift. The lake, reflecting an altered sky, is a manifestation of this. It's not a mirror to our reality, but to the reality beyond the door, or perhaps a side effect of its influence. And the humming, the light entity, the creature, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The humming, a resonant frequency, perhaps, the energy signature of the portal itself or the beings associated with it. The light entity, your description of its expansion, the impossible anatomy, the whispers, it sounds like an exploratory probe or perhaps a scout. A being of pure energy or some form of plasma, able to shift its density and form. And the creature, the insected entity. It emerged through the portal, correct? Yes, I confirmed. It was massive, and it took a glowing stone from the creek bed. It seemed to be collecting them. Eris's eyes widened. Glowing stones, you mean it collected them? With reverence, you said. Yes, exactly. He leaned forward, his voice suddenly urgent. This is crucial. In some ancient lore, especially from Celtic and Native American traditions, there are legends of star stones or sky fragments, meteorites, or specially charged crystals that were believed to hold immense power or to be conduits to other realms. If these beings are collecting them, it implies a purpose, an agenda. An agenda. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. What kind of agenda? Eris shook his head slowly. I don't know, but it's rarely benevolent when disparate realities collide. They are either here for resources, for observation, or for something far more sinister. You think they're dangerous. Any entity from another dimension, operating with technology or biology beyond our comprehension, has the potential to be dangerous, my name, especially if they are able to open doorways between worlds and exert influence over our reality, as the lake suggests. He paused, then looked at me, a deep concern in his eyes. You're injured and traumatized. You've been through something few humans have ever survived, let alone witnessed and understood. What do you want to do now? The question hung in the air. For days, my only goal had been to escape. Now the answer was clear. I want to go back, I said, the words surprising even myself with their conviction. I have to understand. For Jeremiah, for Jedediah, for myself, we have to know what this is. Eris studied me, a mix of admiration and apprehension on his face. I expected as much. The wilderness has a way of leaving its mark, and what you've seen, that leaves an indelible one. But you cannot go back alone. It's far too dangerous. The entities are active, moving. Your description of the light entity moving across the ridges, it suggests a systematic pattern, perhaps a search or a patrol. Then I need your help, Eris, I said, my voice firm. We need to go back together. He closed the journal, placing it carefully on the table. I agree. This is too significant to ignore. My great-granduncle and his brother deserve to have their truth known. And the world needs to know what lurks in the quiet corners of its mountains. But we need to be smart about this. We can't just barge in. What do we do? First, you need to recover, he said, indicating my bandaged head. No more running on adrenaline and a concussion. We need you sharp. While you rest, I'll begin my own research. cross-referencing Jeremiah's entries with local folklore, geological surveys, astronomical records, anything that might give us a deeper understanding of this specific nexus point. I have contacts in various unconventional fields. We might need specialized equipment. Or at the very least, a proper reconnaissance plan. "So you're in?" I asked, a glimmer of excitement pushing through my exhaustion. He smiled, a tired but resolute expression. "Oh, my name, I've been in my entire life. This just happens to be the most compelling, terrifying, and historically significant inn I've ever encountered. We will proceed with extreme caution, but yes, we're in." Over the next few days, I stayed in the guest house, resting, eating, and slowly recovering. The concussion gradually subsided, the headaches lessening, my vision clearing. Eris visited daily, bringing books, articles, and printouts of obscure research papers. He was a whirlwind of intellectual energy, driven by a lifetime of curiosity and a newfound personal connection to the mystery. He meticulously transcribed Jeremiah's journal, cross-referencing every detail with my account. He plotted the locations on detailed topographic maps: Silverwood Lake, the gorge with the owl mark, the old cabin, and the general trajectory of the light entity I had observed. He even managed to dig up old satellite imagery from the 1960s and 70s, hoping to spot any anomalies. Nothing conclusive, but the maps became a web of interconnected points, a growing map of the impossible. "The lake as a gateway, or a reflection of one," Eris mused one afternoon, tracing a finger over Silverwood Lake on a map. "Jeremiah's description, your observation of the shimmer over the lake after the portal closed, it suggests a deeper connection. Perhaps the lake itself isn't the gateway, but a natural medium, a lens, through which the influence of the primary gateway becomes visible." "And the glowing stones?" I asked. "That's the most perplexing part," he admitted. "If they are truly star stones, or some form of energy conductor, their collection implies intent. Are they building something, fueling something, or are they simply harvesting a rare resource from this dimension?" He showed me images of ancient petroglyphs, some from the Sierras, others from entirely different continents, depicting strange, multi-limbed figures or celestial bodies that didn't quite match known constellations. "These myths, my name," he said, tapping a faded photograph of a rock carving, "they aren't always just stories. Sometimes they are veiled warnings, generational memories of impossible encounters." He also contacted a few of his more adventurous colleagues, not scientists, but independent researchers and investigators who specialized in paranormal or extraterrestrial phenomena. He spoke in vague terms, hinting at an unprecedented discovery, testing the waters. Some were dismissive, but a few expressed cautious interest. One in particular, a woman named Dr. Lena Petrova, a retired astrophysicist turned fringe science enthusiast, seemed intrigued. She had published a few controversial papers on quantum entanglement and parallel universes, and her work on gravitational anomalies often bordered on the fantastical. "She's a long shot," Eris confessed, "but she has a brilliant mind and an unshakable belief that the universe is far stranger than we imagine. She's also pragmatic and understands the importance of evidence. If anyone can make sense of the physics of a dimensional portal, it's her." The thought of bringing in more people, of expanding the circle of knowledge, was both daunting and reassuring. This was too big for just two of us. As I regained my strength, a new sense of resolve settled in. The fear was still there, a cold undercurrent, but it was now tempered by a burning desire for understanding. I had seen the impossible, and I refused to let it remain unexplained. About a week after my return, Eris announced, Lena Petrova is willing to meet us. She's based out of a research lab in Northern California, about a 6-hour drive from here. She wants to hear your story, see the journal, and review my preliminary findings. She's skeptical, naturally, but her interest is piqued. When can we go? I asked, a surge of adrenaline pushing through me. Tomorrow morning, he replied. Pack light. This might be the beginning of something much larger. The drive to Dr. Petrova's lab was a long one, but this time the journey felt less like a panicked escape and more like a determined expedition. Eris drove, his car filled with maps, books, and a strange assortment of electronic gadgets. He peppered me with questions about the specifics of the light's pulsation, the creature's movement, the exact quality of the humming. He was building a detailed mental model, eager to present a coherent picture to his colleague. Dr. Lena Petrova's lab was nestled in a remote, wooded area, a modern, unassuming building that belied the cutting-edge research happening within. She was a formidable woman, sharp-eyed, with a no-nonsense demeanor, but a curious glint in her eyes. She wore a practical jumpsuit, her gray hair pulled back in a neat bun. So the fabled Eris Thorne has finally stumbled upon something truly worthy of his peculiar fascinations, she said, her voice dry as she greeted us. And you, young lady, are the catalyst. Come in. We sat in a sterile, white room, a stark contrast to Eris's cluttered office or the rustic cabin. I recounted my story again, this time with greater detail and confidence, the events more firmly etched in my mind. Eris interjected with points from Jeremiah's journal, highlighting the parallels. Lena listened without interruption, her gaze piercing, occasionally taking notes on a tablet. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment, tapping a finger against her lip. Extraordinary, she finally conceded, her voice devoid of emotion, and deeply improbable, but your consistency, the historical congruence, it is compelling, and the star stones, that adds another layer. You believe us then? I asked, a tremor in my voice. Belief is for faith, young lady, she said, a faint smile playing on her lips. I deal in data. And your data, while fantastical, is consistent. We have 2 independent accounts, spanning nearly a century, describing precisely the same sequence of impossible events, located in the same geographic nexus. That alone warrants investigation. She then launched into a rapid-fire series of technical questions about the portal's appearance, the creature's perceived dimensions, the light entity's trajectory, the exact nature of the lake's reflection. Eris and I did our best to answer, drawing on our memories and the journal's details. The humming, she concluded, is likely a vibrational signature, either a resonant frequency produced by the portal itself, or a form of communication, or perhaps even a field generated by the entities themselves. The lake acting as a lens for a shifted reality that implies a quantum entanglement or perhaps a localized reality distortion field. This is not magic, Eris. This is advanced physics we don't yet comprehend. And the star stones, Eris pressed. If they are, as you suggest, energy conduits or components, then their collection implies construction or power generation, Lena mused. But why here, and why from the creek bed? It doesn't align with typical meteorite fall patterns. Jeremiah's journal mentions a specific point, an owl mark, Eris said, pointing to the map. He identified it as the source of the strongest hum, where the light entity moved. That's where my name found the portal. Lena studied the map. A persistent rift. That's unprecedented. If it's stable enough to allow repeated transit, and for entities to emerge and collect resources, then this is a scientific discovery of monumental proportions or a prelude to something far more dire. So what do we do? I asked, a renewed sense of urgency burning within me. Lena looked at me, then at Eris. We go there. We gather empirical data. This cannot be ignored, but we do not go in blind. This will require preparation, specialized equipment, and a level of stealth that borders on espionage. You're serious? Eris asked, a wide grin spreading across his face. Eris, she said, her voice sharp, if everything this young woman and your ancestor described is even partially true, then this is the most significant event in human history since the discovery of fire. Of course, I'm serious, but we are also potentially walking into a situation that could be catastrophic. We need to be prepared for anything, and I mean anything. She then outlined her plan. It was meticulous, cautious, and incredibly ambitious. We would need a range of sensors to detect electromagnetic fluctuations, gravitational anomalies, and even subtle shifts in local spacetime. Thermal imaging, high-resolution cameras, sonic recorders, all to capture objective data. We would need specialized communication equipment, long-range optics, and durable, lightweight gear. And we would need to be absolutely invisible. We cannot alert anyone to our presence, Lena emphasized. Not the entities, and certainly not any government agency. The implications of this are too vast, too potentially destabilizing. If these entities are here for benign reasons, our interference could be disastrous. If they are hostile, then revealing their presence prematurely could trigger a global panic, or worse, an ill-conceived military response that would be futile against interdimensional technology and biology. So a Black Ops mission, basically, I asked, a strange mix of fear and excitement. Precisely, Lena said, a glint in her eye. Except we're doing it for science, and for humanity. We will assemble a small, trusted team, no more than 5, and we will approach the site with the utmost discretion. Your role, my name, will be invaluable. You've experienced it, you know the terrain, you have an intuitive understanding of this anomaly. You will be our guide. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Petrova's lab became our base of operations. While Eris and I focused on refining our understanding of the phenomenon based on my experience and the journal, Lena worked tirelessly to assemble the equipment and the team. She called in favors, leveraged old contacts, and spent hours in hushed phone calls, securing cutting-edge technology that few civilians would ever lay hands on. The team slowly took shape. There was Lena herself, the lead scientist, brilliant and unyielding. Eris, the historian and theorist, connecting the dots between ancient myth and modern reality. And me, the eyewitness, the guide, the one who had literally walked through the anomaly and carried the historical record. Then came 2 others, a quiet, intense man named Kai, an expert in stealth technology and field operations, with a background in specialized recon. He moved with an almost ethereal grace, his eyes constantly scanning, assessing. He spoke little but absorbed everything. And a woman named Dr. Anya Sharma, a young, brilliant biolinguist and xenolinguist, whose field was the theoretical understanding of alien communication. She was fascinated by my description of the alien whispers, eager to analyze any potential sonic data. We trained rigorously. Kai put us through a crash course in wilderness survival, stealth movement, and basic self-defense. We learned how to use Lena's sophisticated sensors, how to set up hidden cameras, how to navigate by night with night vision goggles, and how to operate specialized communication devices. Anya taught us rudimentary field analysis techniques for biological samples, should we encounter any. My initial terror began to transform into a focused determination. The mountains, once a symbol of impossible horror, now became the site of a profound scientific quest. My fear was still there, but it was now a tool, a heightened awareness that would keep me sharp, keep me alive. The plan was audacious, dangerous, and incredibly detailed. We would approach Silverwood Lake from a different, less used trail, setting up a hidden base camp far from the lake itself. From there, we would send out reconnaissance teams, slowly, cautiously gathering data. The primary objective: to confirm the portal's existence, to record its activity, and to understand the nature of the entities using it. Jeremiah's journal, now carefully digitized and backed up, became our Bible. His precise descriptions of the terrain, the cabin, the creek, and especially the owl mark were invaluable. We used his detailed, hand-drawn map to plan our approach to the gorge, marking out potential observation points, escape routes, and contingency plans. One evening, as we reviewed the mission parameters, Kai, in his usual quiet way, spoke up. This portal, this gate, if it's stable and active, what if it's not just a one-way street? What if something decides to come through that's less interested in collecting stones? Lena's face was grim. That's our greatest unknown, Kai. We operate under the assumption that these entities are not yet fully aware of our presence, or at least have not chosen to openly interact with us. Our mission is to maintain that anonymity. If that changes, if they become aware and hostile, our primary directive shifts from observation to extraction. No heroics. Survive and report. Danya, always more focused on the theoretical, added, "The whispers, the cacophony you described my name. It was not aggressive, you said, more like observation, a language of immense age and complexity." It was terrifying, I admitted, but yes, not aggressive, more alien, like a vast mind processing. "Fascinating," Anya murmured, already lost in thought. Our departure date was set for the following week. The weather window was optimal, and all the equipment was finally assembled. I felt a nervous energy buzzing within me. Going back into those mountains, into that impossible wilderness, was terrifying. But this time I wouldn't be alone, and this time I would be prepared. The night before we left, Eris found me by myself, looking out at the distant, familiar silhouette of the Sierra Nevada mountains on the horizon. "Are you ready, my name?" he asked, his voice soft. "As I'll ever be, Eris," I replied, a deep breath escaping me. "It's still terrifying, but I feel like I have to do this, for Jeremiah." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "You're doing it for all of us, for knowledge, for truth. What you found, what you've endured, it has irrevocably changed the landscape of human understanding, whether the world knows it yet or not." He then pulled something small and metallic from his pocket. "A little something Kai put together for you. It's a personal locator beacon, satellite linked. If you get into trouble, if you need to be found, press this button. It sends a distress signal with your coordinates directly to Lena's lab. And to me." I took the small device, its cold metal a reassuring weight in my hand. "Thank you." "Just be safe, my name," Eris said, his eyes serious. "This is not just an academic exercise. This is real. This is profound, and it is." The crisp morning air bit at my cheeks as we packed the last of the gear into the specially modified, nondescript van Lena had procured. It looked like any other utility vehicle, but its interior was a marvel of covert engineering, packed with enough advanced electronics and surveillance equipment to rival a small intelligence agency. The rising sun cast long, thin shadows across the university parking lot, painting the scene in a muted gray that matched the apprehension in my gut. "Ready to face your demons, my name?" Lena asked, her voice calm but with a hint of challenge, as she handed me a camouflaged backpack that felt surprisingly light despite its contents. I nodded, adjusting the straps. "As ready as I'll ever be, Lena. But they're not just my demons anymore, are they?" Yaris, his tweed jacket exchanged for practical hiking gear, clapped me on the shoulder. "Indeed not. We face them together. For science. For truth." His usual academic enthusiasm was tempered by a newfound gravity. Kai, a silent shadow by the side of the van, checked his watch. He was a master of efficiency, his movements fluid and precise. He gave us a brief, almost imperceptible nod. "ETA to trailhead, 6 hours, we move." Zanya, her bright eyes alight with intellectual curiosity, offered me a reassuring smile. "Think of this as the ultimate field study, my name. You are our primary data source, our living map. Your intuition will be invaluable." Her words, intended as comfort, only highlighted the immense pressure on me. I was not just an observer anymore. I was integral to this mission, the one who had experienced the impossible firsthand. The weight of that responsibility settled heavy on my shoulders. The drive was long, covering hundreds of miles of highways and then progressively smaller, rougher roads. As we left behind the sprawling urban landscape and ventured deeper into the foothills, the conversation in the van grew hushed, replaced by the hum of the engine and the subtle whirring of Lena's diagnostic equipment, which was already scanning for environmental anomalies. The change in scenery was gradual at first, rolling hills giving way to more rugged terrain, interspersed with pine forests. But as we climbed higher, the transformation became palpable. The air grew colder, thinner, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The majestic peaks of the Sierras began to loom on the horizon, their granite faces gleaming in the sunlight, now imbued with a new, menacing significance for me. My heart began to pound a little harder with each mile. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting the blue-white glow to appear in the distant sky. The familiar landscape, once a source of comfort, now felt like a veil, hiding impossible secrets. "We're entering the buffer zone," Lena announced, her eyes on a console display. "Geomagnetic fluctuations are beginning to register. Nothing alarming yet, but it's a subtle shift from baseline." Yaris leaned forward, peering at the screen, consistent with localized reality distortions or the energetic footprint of a persistent portal. Jeremiah described a weight in the air, a stillness, perhaps a precursor to the more overt phenomena. As the van finally limped its way down the familiar dirt road, my stomach churned. The Bear Creek trailhead. It looked exactly as I remembered it, a dusty, isolated parking lot framed by towering pines. The place where my solo adventure, my initial vulnerability, had begun. This time, however, the van pulled off the main dirt road a few miles before the trailhead, veering onto a barely discernible, overgrown logging track. Base camp coordinates are approximately 3 miles northwest of the trailhead. "Elevated terrain, good cover," Kai stated, his voice calm and professional. "The last mile will be on foot. Minimal gear carry for the initial setup. We'll ferry heavier equipment later." We parked the van deep within a dense thicket of trees, camouflaging it meticulously with natural foliage. The transition from the enclosed space of the vehicle to the vast, silent wilderness was jarring. The air was cold, crisp, and unnervingly quiet. No bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The silence that had once merely been peaceful now felt heavy, expectant, just as Jeremiah Thorne had described. Kai led the way, a ghost moving through the trees. He moved with an almost preternatural awareness of the terrain, navigating fallen logs and thorny bushes with effortless grace. Eris followed, surprisingly agile for his age, his eyes constantly scanning the canopy. Lena, efficient and focused, carried a pack that seemed impossibly large, yet she moved without a sound. Zanya, with her intense intellectual curiosity, brought up the rear, occasionally stopping to examine a unique plant, her mind already analyzing the ecological impact of this strange silence. I walked in the middle, my senses on high alert, every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig sending a jolt through me. The familiar ache in my head, a phantom limb of my concussion, reminded me of the true nature of this place. It took us nearly an hour to reach the designated base camp location, a small, sheltered plateau hidden amongst a cluster of massive, ancient pines. It was strategically chosen, offering excellent visibility of the surrounding peaks, including the distant, majestic silhouette of Silverwood Peak, while remaining completely concealed from any ground or aerial observation. Setting up camp was a quiet, efficient operation. Kai deployed a series of motion sensors and perimeter alarms, creating an invisible shield around our site. Lena and Anya began assembling their primary sensor array, a complex web of antennae, thermal imagers, and acoustic recorders designed to pick up even the slightest anomaly in the environment. Yaris set up the communication hub, a compact satellite dish disguised as a rock, connecting us to Lena's remote lab and their backup servers. I found myself meticulously pitching the camouflage tents, a mundane task that offered a strange sense of grounding. My hands moved automatically, remembering the rhythm of camping, a stark contrast to the terror of my previous solo attempt. As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and deep violet, the camp was fully operational. The air grew colder, and the shadows deepened, stretching long, distorted fingers through the pines. The profound quiet of the wilderness pressed in on us, amplifying every whisper of the wind, every crackle of our low-burning, carefully shielded campfire. "All right, team," Lena announced, her voice low and crisp. "Initial sweep of the immediate area is clear. No anomalous energy signatures detected within a 3-mile radius of base camp. Our perimeter is secure. First reconnaissance of Silverwood Lake will commence at 0400 hours, prior to astronomical twilight. My name will lead the primary team with Kai. Aris and Anya will maintain base camp operations and monitor all sensor feeds. Any questions?" No one spoke. The gravity of our mission hung heavy in the air. We were about to step into the unknown. That night's sleep was elusive. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of our advanced equipment, the faint hum of power generators, the soft click of data recorders. I clutched Jeremiah's journal, now safely housed in a waterproof, impact-resistant case, a digital copy backed up on Lena's servers. His words, his terrifying experience, were a map to our impending journey. The memory of the shifting stars, the humming, the light entity, and the portal burned bright in my mind. Just before dawn, the first reconnaissance team, consisting of Kai and myself, moved out. We were outfitted in lightweight, dark camouflage gear, our faces smudged with anti-glare paint. Our backpacks contained only essential gear: Lena's compact handheld anomaly detectors, high-resolution night vision binoculars, a small directional acoustic recorder, and a satellite communication device. Kai moved like a ghost, his footsteps utterly silent. I tried to emulate him, placing each foot carefully, feeling the terrain, avoiding snapping twigs. The air was icy cold, and a thin mist hung in the valleys, slowly dissipating as the eastern horizon began to lighten. Maintain a low profile, my name, Kai whispered, his voice barely audible. Minimal light, stick to the shadows. We want to observe, not be observed. We navigated through dense pine forests, over rocky outcrops, and across silent meadows, following a route Kai had meticulously planned, avoiding the main trail I had used previously. My senses were heightened, every sound amplified, every shadow imbued with potential menace. After what felt like an eternity, Kai raised a hand, signaling us to stop. We were at the edge of a high ridge, partially obscured by a cluster of ancient pines. Below us, nestled in a pristine bowl of granite and forest, lay Silverwood Lake. It was breathtaking, even in the pre-dawn gloom. Its surface was a sheet of obsidian, reflecting the last fading stars like scattered diamonds. But even from this distance, even in the dim light, I felt it again, that familiar prickle of unease, that profound sense of wrongness that had chilled me to the bone. Kai handed me a pair of sophisticated night vision binoculars. Scan the lake, my name. Anything unusual, any lingering shimmer. I raised the binoculars to my eyes, adjusting the focus. The world transformed into shades of green and gray. The lake's surface, through the night vision, seemed to ripple with subtle, almost imperceptible energy. And there, visible only as a faint distortion against the background of the fading stars, was the shimmer. A persistent, almost invisible heat haze, hovering directly over the center of the lake. It pulsed gently, like a slow, ethereal breath. My breath hitched. "It's there," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. The shimmer, just like I saw it after the portal collapsed. Kai took the binoculars, studying the lake intently. His expression remained impassive, but I could sense his intense focus. Confirmed, subtle atmospheric distortion, fluctuating with a low-frequency energetic signature. Lena, Aris, Anya, do you copy? We have a persistent anomaly over Silverwood Lake, approximate coordinates XY, visual confirmation of atmospheric distortion. Kai is deploying the M-field sensor now. A moment later, Aris's voice crackled softly in my earpiece. Copy that, Kai. We're getting faint energy spikes on our long-range detectors, consistent with your visual. Atmospheric pressure also registering minor, unseasonal fluctuations. Proceed with caution. Kai deployed a small, tripod-mounted sensor, aiming it at the lake. He then handed me a pair of standard, high-powered binoculars. Now, look for the reflection, the stars. I raised the binoculars, my heart pounding. The sky was still dark enough for the stars to be visible, though rapidly fading. I found the Big Dipper, hanging low in the pre-dawn sky. Then I lowered my gaze to its reflection in the lake. My breath caught, there it was, the shifted star, the unmistakable misalignment. It was subtler than the last time, less pronounced than when the ripples had reconfigured the entire constellation, but it was there, undeniable. The reflection was not an exact copy. "It's still happening," I whispered, a cold knot tightening in my gut. "The stars are off, the Big Dipper, it's altered." Kai took the binoculars again, his gaze unwavering. Confirmed. Visual anomaly in reflected celestial bodies. Consistent with prior report. Lena, we have a confirmed, persistent visual distortion in the lake's reflection of the stars. The anomaly is stable, not transient. Lena's voice, though calm, held a note of profound excitement. Understood, Kai. This is unprecedented. A stable, long-term reality distortion field. This provides crucial data for our theoretical models. Collect all visual and energetic data points you can. Do not approach the lake directly. Observe from a distance. We spent the next 2 hours on that ridge, meticulously observing the lake as the sun slowly rose. The shimmer over the water gradually faded with the increasing daylight, becoming indistinguishable from normal heat haze. The reflected stars, too, vanished with the dawn, leaving the lake a pristine sapphire mirror of the blue sky and surrounding pines. But we knew its secret. The anomaly seems to be tied to ambient light levels, Kai noted. More pronounced in darkness, fades with sunlight. This could be a shielding effect or an inherent property of the distortion itself. Or perhaps, Eris's voice mused over the comms, the entities prefer the cover of night, or their influence is simply more apparent without the competing light of our sun. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden light over the mountains, we began our slow retreat back to base camp. The morning was calm, beautiful, yet the profound quiet still hung heavy in the air. No birds, no squirrels, just the whisper of the wind through the pines. The lack of natural life was a chilling confirmation that the lake's influence extended far beyond its shores. Back at base camp, the team was abuzz with our findings. Lena and Anya were poring over the data transmitted from Kai's sensors, their faces alight with scientific fervor. Eris, notebook in hand, was already cross-referencing our observations with Jeremiah's journal. The energy signature is peculiar, Lena explained, pointing to a complex waveform on her screen. It's a low-frequency resonance, but with harmonic overtones that suggest a highly organized, almost intelligent source. Not natural tectonic activity, certainly not conventional electromagnetism. And the atmospheric pressure fluctuations, Anya added, are localized, a pocket of slightly altered reality, perhaps influencing local climate on a microscale. It's like the lake is breathing a different air. Jeremiah described it as a weight in the air, Eris interjected, tapping his notebook. A feeling. Now we have empirical data to match the subjective experience. Over the next few days, we established a meticulous observation routine. We ran shifts, Lena, Eris, Anya, and Kai taking turns monitoring the sensors at base camp, while Kai and I, or sometimes Kai with Anya, conducted reconnaissance patrols. We systematically mapped the extent of the lake's influence, noting the precise boundaries where the natural sounds of the forest began to return, the chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals. That boundary was surprisingly distinct, a sharp line between a vibrant ecosystem and an eerily silent one. The Al Gorge, however, remained our primary target. We knew it was dangerous, the site of the portal, and the location of my most terrifying encounter. Lena insisted on extensive preparatory work before a direct approach. We need to establish a comprehensive sensor grid around the gorge before we enter, she explained. Remote thermal imagers, acoustic baffles, motion detectors. We need to know if it's active, what emerges, and its precise trajectory before we risk a direct encounter. Kai, using my detailed memory and Jeremiah's crude map, identified a series of high vantage points around the gorge that would provide ideal sensor placement without compromising our covert status. The terrain was rugged, challenging, requiring ropes and climbing gear in places, but Kai was in his element. He moved with the confidence of a mountain goat, setting up the remote sensors with astonishing speed and precision. One evening, as the sun dipped below the peaks, casting the gorge in deep shadow, the new sensor grid went live. Lena, Eris, Anya, and I huddled around the central console at base camp, watching the data stream in. For hours there was nothing, just ambient background noise, temperature readings, and the occasional rustle of a nocturnal animal far outside the silent zone. The tension in the tent was palpable, a shared breath held in anticipation. Then, just as the moon, a sliver of silver, began to peek over the jagged peaks, a low, resonant thrum registered on the acoustic sensors. "There," Anya exclaimed, her finger tracing a waveform on the screen. "The hum, and it's coming from the gorge. Coordinates X, Y, directly where my name identified the portal site." My heart leaped into my throat. The sound, even filtered through the sensors, sent a familiar chill down my spine. It was the cosmic heartbeat, the unnatural vibration that heralded the impossible. "Confirmed," Lena stated, her voice tight with excitement. "Electromagnetic fluctuations increasing. Gravimetric readings show a localized density anomaly. It's active. The portal is opening." We watched mesmerized as the various sensor readings spiked. The thermal cameras aimed at the gorge showed a localized increase in temperature, then a shimmering distortion in the air, a faint, almost invisible ripple against the cold rock face. "Visual confirmation of portal initiation," Lena announced, her voice barely a whisper. "It's forming, just as my name described." The shimmering oval grew more distinct on the thermal imagers, pulsing with a faint, internal heat. The humming intensified, permeating the very air in the tent, vibrating not just in our ears, but in our bones. Then the blue-white light appeared. On the high-resolution cameras, aimed with pinpoint accuracy at the gorge, a soft, diffuse glow began to emanate from within the shimmering portal. It pulsed gently, expanding and contracting, casting an eerie, otherworldly luminescence on the surrounding rock walls. "It's the light entity," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "It's here." "The energy signature is incredibly pure," Anya marveled, her eyes fixed on the display. "Almost perfectly coherent, unlike anything we've ever seen. And the acoustic signature, the hum is changing subtly, a complex, evolving waveform." We watched in stunned silence as the blue-white light, radiating from the portal, began to expand. It wasn't just emanating from the gate, it was emerging. Slowly, deliberately, the diffuse glow stretched and elongated, just as I had described, becoming a shimmering, translucent veil. And through the thinnest parts of the light, the camera filters struggled to resolve the impossible anatomy within. Shifting forms, membrane-like structures, pulsating nodes, glimpses of a being of pure energy, or something beyond our comprehension. "It's coalescing," Aris murmured, his face pale in the glow of the screens. "The scout, the probe." Then the whispers began. On the acoustic recorders, a multitude of faint, hissing, chittering sounds registered. It wasn't a language we understood, but it was unmistakably complex, a cacophony of alien voices that seemed to vibrate directly inside our skulls, even through the filtered audio. Yanya gasped, pressing her hands to her ears. "Incredible, the xenolinguistic patterns, they are unlike any known terrestrial communication. Multiple frequencies, overlapping, intertwining. It's a symphony of alien thought." The light entity expanded to its full, terrifying height, a column of shimmering blue-white light that dwarfed the surrounding pines. The entire gorge was bathed in its unearthly glow. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, pressing in on us from all sides, a chorus of alien awareness. "It's observing," I breathed, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "It's aware. It felt me before. It knows we're here." Lena, however, shook her head, her eyes fixed on the monitors. No direct evidence of awareness. Its trajectory and energy output are consistent with an exploratory pattern, following established routes. It's not focused on us, not yet. Kai's stealth protocols are holding. The entity pulsed faster, brighter, and then slowly began to contract, shrinking back into its original bobbing sphere. The whispers faded, dissolving back into the silence. The light entity then turned, just as I had seen it before, towards the north, towards the deeper, darker reaches of the wilderness. And then it began to move. It drifted silently, gracefully, moving away from the portal, deeper into the mountains. We watched its progress on the thermal imagers and high-resolution cameras, a ghostly blue-white beacon traversing the remote landscape. Its movement was deliberate, almost purposeful, following a path that seemed to ignore the rugged terrain. Its trajectory is consistent with my name's previous observation, Eris noted, already comparing the live data with his notes. It's moving in a nor-northwest direction, towards the untouched wilderness. A patrol, a search. Or a rendezvous point, Lena mused, her brow furrowed in concentration. If it's collecting these star stones, perhaps there's a central collection site, or a larger presence. The light entity moved further and further away, its blue-white glow gradually diminishing until it disappeared completely over the distant ridges, swallowed by the vastness of the night. The humming, too, slowly faded with its departure, receding into the deep, profound silence. The portal, however, remained open. The shimmering oval in the cliff face pulsed with a faint, steady energy, its low thrum now a constant, pervasive presence on the acoustic sensors. The M fluctuations remained elevated, a testament to its continued activity. "It's stable," Lena whispered, a mix of awe and trepidation in her voice. "The gateway is stable and persistent. This changes everything." We continued to monitor the portal for hours, but nothing else emerged. The night deepened, the moon climbed higher, casting its pale light over the silent mountains. The humming was a constant, unsettling presence, a reminder that the impossible was now a permanent fixture of this wilderness. "This data is invaluable," Lena finally declared, her voice filled with a quiet triumph. "We have empirical confirmation of a persistent interdimensional portal, a highly organized energy signature, and an active entity traversing our landscape. We need more." "More?" I asked, my voice still a little shaky. "Yes, my name," she replied, her eyes burning with resolve. "We need to understand its purpose. Why here? What are these star stones? And what are the long-term implications of a stable gateway between dimensions?" The next phase of our mission was decided: direct observation of the portal. It was risky, dangerous, but absolutely necessary. Lena, Eris, Anya, Kai, and I would approach the gorge, setting up a forward observation post as close as safely possible to the portal itself. We needed to understand its mechanics, its energy, and the nature of what might emerge next. We prepared meticulously for the direct approach. Kai set up additional layers of passive camouflage and sensory dampeners around our base camp. We packed lightweight, highly specialized gear, advanced cloaking suits that absorbed radar and thermal signatures, even more sophisticated anomaly detectors, long-range biometric scanners, and contingency plans for every imaginable and unimaginable scenario. Jeremiah's journal was consulted repeatedly. Its entries about the gorge, the approach, and the creature's emergence were dissected for every scrap of information. The following night, under the cover of a moonless sky, we moved out. The air was frigid, and a profound silence hung over the mountains, broken only by the faint, distant thrum emanating from the gorge. This time, all five of us formed the reconnaissance team. Kai led, a phantom in the dark. Eris and Anya followed, their scientific instruments carefully calibrated and monitored. Lena brought up the rear, her eyes constantly scanning, her mind already running complex calculations. I walked in the middle, my senses acutely tuned, my personal experience guiding our path. The approach to the gorge was even more challenging than I remembered. The terrain was steep, rocky, and treacherous in the utter darkness, but Kai navigated it with astonishing skill, leading us through hidden paths and over precarious ledges. Our cloaking suits, a marvel of Lena's design, made us virtually invisible to thermal and night vision optics, dampening our heat signatures and masking our movements. As we drew closer, the humming intensified. It was no longer a distant thrum, but a pervasive vibration that resonated through the rock walls, through the very earth beneath our feet. My teeth felt like they were rattling, and a pressure built behind my eyeballs. It was the sound of the portal, active and open, an undeniable presence. Kai eventually signaled us to stop. We were perched on a high, sheltered ledge overlooking the gorge, directly opposite the portal. Below us, the creek wound its way through the narrow chasm, its waters reflecting the faint shimmer of the gateway. "Forward observation post established," Kai whispered, his voice crisp. "All sensors reading high. Energy output consistent with portal activity. Visual on the portal itself." Through our night vision goggles, the shimmering oval portal was clearly visible, embedded seamlessly into the sheer rock face, pulsing with a faint, internal energy. It was beautiful, terrifying, and undeniably real. Lena immediately deployed her most advanced sensor array, a compact, multispectral imaging system designed to analyze the portal's energy signature in real time. Anya set up her bioacoustic sensors, hoping to capture more of the alien whispers. Eris began documenting everything, his small, digital recorder running continuously. I stared at the portal, a knot of fear and awe in my stomach. This was it, the door Jeremiah had spoken of, the window to another world. The humming was overwhelming here, a deep, resonant roar that vibrated through the entire gorge, making the very air crackle. We could feel it in our chest cavities, a pressure that was almost physical. "The energy output is immense," Lena whispered, her eyes glued to her console. "It's a stable wormhole, or a localized space-time distortion of an unimaginable scale. It's drawing power from somewhere, or generating it." "And the hum," Anya added, her face alight with professional excitement. "It's not just a drone. It's a complex, multi-layered waveform. There are distinct patterns, like a resonant frequency creating a gateway, or a constant signal." Suddenly, the portal shimmered brighter, its edges pulsing wildly. The air around it distorted even further, and the landscape glimpsed through it became a kaleidoscopic blur of impossible colors and shifting shapes. "It's destabilizing," Lena exclaimed, her voice tight with alarm, or "something is coming through." My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew this feeling. I knew what was next. From within the shimmering portal, a dark, indistinct shape began to coalesce, pushing through the veil. It was large, many times the size of a human, absorbing the light around it, rather than reflecting it. "Confirmed emergence," Kai whispered, his hand going to a small device on his belt. "Massive entity inbound, biometric and thermal readings inconclusive. cloaking activated. The shape solidified further, gaining definition. It was the same massive, multi-limbed creature I had seen before, vaguely insectoid, its segmented body covered in dark, iridescent chitin. It moved with a silent, fluid grace, slowly pulling itself through the portal. "It's the collector," I breathed, the words barely audible, "the one that took the glowing stone." Lena's voice was a low command. "Anya, focus all bioacoustic sensors. Kai, prepare for potential evasive action. Eris, continue full documentation. My name, monitor its movements, verify previous observations." The creature was immense, easily 20 feet long, its segmented body unfolding into the gorge. It radiated an aura of ancient power, of a predator from another world. As its head fully emerged, its multifaceted eyes swept over the gorge, taking in its surroundings. And then slowly, deliberately, they locked onto our position. A jolt of pure, unadulterated terror coursed through me. My cloaking suit, my training, my companions, all seemed irrelevant in the face of that alien gaze. It knew we were here. "It's looking directly at us," I whispered, my voice raw with fear. "It sees us." "That's impossible," Lena countered, her voice strained. "Our thermal and radar signatures are completely suppressed. It shouldn't be able to detect us." But even as she spoke, the creature held its alien gaze on our position. I felt the same cold, invasive pressure in my mind, as if it was attempting to read my thoughts, to understand us. It was a profoundly violating sensation. Then slowly, one of its many slender limbs began to unfurl, reaching out from the shimmering portal. It was covered in the same dark, iridescent chitin, but as it extended, the whip-like tendrils at its tip began to spread, to unfurl, revealing a cluster of incredibly delicate, almost crystalline structures that pulsed faintly with the blue-white light. The tendril extended further, slowly, deliberately, reaching towards the ground beside the creek. It was not coming for us, not directly. It was reaching for something else. And then we all saw what it was reaching for. Embedded in the rock beside the creek, half hidden by a patch of moss, was a small, smooth, dark stone. It looked utterly unremarkable, just another pebble in the vastness of the wilderness. But as the creature's tendril approached it, the stone began to glow. A faint inner luminescence, a soft, warm light that pulsed in rhythm with the creature's own tendrils. It was not the blue-white light of the creature, but a deeper, warmer, golden glow. "The star stone," Eris breathed, his voice filled with awe. "It's collecting another one." The tendrils of the creature gently wrapped around the glowing stone, not grasping it, but cradling it with exquisite care. The humming from the portal reached a crescendo, a deep, resonant roar that vibrated through the entire gorge, making the very air crackle. Xania was frantically adjusting her sensors. The stone, it's emitting a unique energetic signature, a complex, multi-band radiation, unlike anything natural. It's highly organized, highly coherent. It's like a living battery. Biometric readings on the creature are fluctuating wildly as it interacts with the stone, Lena added. A symbiotic energy exchange, perhaps, or a power transfer. The creature, still cradling the glowing stone, slowly began to retract back into the portal, pulling its massive, segmented body through the shimmering veil. Its multifaceted eyes remained fixed on our position until the very last moment, a silent, chilling gaze that promised both vastness and profound danger. As its head disappeared back into the portal, the high-pitched whine began again, like straining metal, rising in intensity to a piercing shriek. The shimmering portal began to destabilize, its edges pulsing wildly. The air around it distorted even further, and the landscape glimpsed through it became a kaleidoscopic blur. "It's closing," Lena shouted over the shriek, her voice urgent. "Brace for impact." With a final deafening crack that echoed like thunder, the portal imploded. The shimmering field collapsed inward violently. The air where it had been seemed to fold in on itself, creating a brief, blinding flash of light that seared our eyes, even through our closed lids. A powerful shockwave slammed into us, throwing us backward from our precarious perch. We hit the ground hard, tumbling over rocks and loose scree. Pain exploded through my already aching head, a wave of dizziness and nausea washing over me. For a moment, the world spun, a chaotic blur of light and shadow, sound and silence. Then mercifully, Kai was there, a solid presence, pulling me into a crouch behind a large boulder. "Status report," he barked, his voice tight but controlled. Darius was groaning, clutching his arm, but his recorder was still running. Anya, disoriented, was checking her equipment. Lena was already back on her console, her face grim. "No major injuries," she said, her voice strained. "Minor concussions, scrapes, equipment mostly intact. The portal, it's gone." We cautiously peered over the boulder. The gorge was silent, utterly, profoundly silent, save for the gentle murmur of the creek. The cliff face where the portal had been was sheer, unbroken granite. No shimmering distortion, no residual energy, not even a faint mark on the rock. It was as if it had never existed. "Clean closure," Kai stated, his eyes scanning the area. No residual energy signature on the cliff face. It completely folded in on itself, but the ground localized seismic activity, and a faint energetic residue on the ground around the old portal site, consistent with the Starstone signature. "It's still here," Anya whispered, her voice filled with awe and terror. "The energy, it's leaving a trace, a footprint." Lena slowly turned from her console, her face etched with a mix of exhaustion and profound revelation. We witnessed it, from beginning to end. The emergence, the collection, the closure. This data, this is beyond anything we could have hoped for. Yaris, cradling his bruised arm, nodded slowly. Jeremiah's account, it was precise. He saw it all, and he paid the ultimate price for that knowledge. The reality of what we had just witnessed settled over us, heavy and suffocating. It was no longer a theory, no longer an academic pursuit. It was real. Interdimensional travel, alien entities, and a power source unlike anything on Earth. "But it saw us," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The creature, it looked right at us. Our cloaking suits, they didn't work, or it saw through them." Kai's expression was grim. "That's a critical observation, my name. If it possessed abilities beyond our technology, if it could perceive us despite our countermeasures, then our advantage of anonymity is compromised." Lena's eyes narrowed. "An energetic perception, or perhaps psionic. We need to reassess our entire approach. If they are aware of us, this becomes infinitely more dangerous." The silence of the gorge, once merely profound, now felt menacing. We had gained invaluable data, but we had also potentially exposed ourselves to an intelligence beyond our comprehension. The mountains, silent witnesses to this impossible drama, held their breath. We retreated cautiously, making our way back to base camp under the continued cover of darkness. The journey felt longer, more perilous, every shadow seeming to hold a hidden threat. The humming was gone, but the memory of the creature. Alien gaze hung heavy over us as we made our way back to base camp. Every rustle in the undergrowth seemed magnified, every shadow a potential threat. Our cloaking suits, once a symbol of our technological superiority, now felt like a flimsy paper shield against an unknown superior perception. The silence of the night, usually comforting in its vastness, was now a suffocating blanket, amplifying the frantic pounding of my heart. Kai, ever vigilant, led us on a circuitous route, avoiding any direct path back, his eyes constantly sweeping the tree line. Aris, his bruised arm clutched, still managed to meticulously record everything on his device, muttering observations into it in a low, trembling voice. Anya, usually brimming with questions, was unusually quiet, her face pale in the faint glow of her display, processing the implications of an entity that could defy our most advanced stealth. Lena, though outwardly calm, held a grim set to her jaw, her mind already racing with new calculations, new possibilities of what we were up against. We finally reached base camp, a hidden oasis in the overwhelming darkness, just as the first sliver of dawn painted the eastern sky. The relief was palpable but fleeting. The moment we were inside the secured perimeter, Lena ordered a full sensor sweep, triple-checking every frequency, every thermal signature for any sign that we had been followed. Kai, despite his exhaustion, moved with renewed purpose, adjusting the perimeter defenses, his movements sharp and precise. Once the all-clear was given, we gathered in the main tent, the flickering light of our subdued lanterns casting long, dancing shadows. The air was thick with unspoken fear and the lingering scent of ozone from the portal's implosion. No one spoke for a long moment, the exhaustion and the enormity of what we had witnessed weighing heavily on us all. Yitsaras, I finally broke the silence, my voice hoarse. I know it did. Its eyes, they locked onto me. I felt it. Lena nodded slowly, her face etched with grim understanding. Your subjective experience aligns with the data. Our cloaking suits operate on multispectrum light absorption and heat dissipation. They are designed to fool optical, thermal, and even some radar systems. But whatever that entity possesses, its perceptive capabilities transcend our current understanding of sensory input. Psi detection, perhaps, Eris mused, rubbing his temples, or a form of energetic perception. If it navigates dimensions, it might perceive reality on a quantum level, where our physical presence, no matter how masked, creates a disturbance it can detect. The invasive pressure you felt in your mind, my name, Anya added, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and intellectual excitement. That could be a form of rudimentary telepathy, not communication as we understand it, but a probe, an attempt to scan your thoughts, your intentions, your very being. Kai, leaning against a tent pole, finally spoke, his voice low and serious. Our anonymity is gone. We are no longer hidden observers. We are now potentially targets. This changes everything. We need to assume they are aware of our presence and location, and if they are, they might even be aware of our intent. A chilling thought permeated the tent. If they knew we were there, and they knew we were investigating, what would they do? Would they leave us alone? Or would they actively try to stop us, just as they had stopped Jeremiah and Jedediah Thorne nearly a century ago? Lena took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over each of us. Kai is right. Our immediate priority shifts from covert observation to proactive defense and accelerated data acquisition. We need to understand why they saw us and what they are. This requires pushing our research further, faster, even if it means increasing our risk. What about the star stones? I asked, remembering the creature's delicate handling of the glowing rock, and the light entity's trajectory. Could they be related? Potentially, Lena confirmed. The energy signature from the collected stone was unique, highly organized. Anya's initial analysis suggests it's not merely a power source, but possibly a data storage medium or even a component in a larger construct. As for the light entity, its consistent trajectory suggests a patrol route or a collection path. If these stones are rare or critical to their purpose, then the light entity might be a scout, locating them for the larger collector entity. Eris, ever the historian, pulled out Jeremiah's journal, flipping through its pages. Jeremiah described the light entity moving towards a deep gorge further north where the hum was strongest. Your Al Mark, and you encountered the light entity again, moving over the peaks after the portal closed for the first time. It suggests a vast network of activity, extending far beyond the immediate gorge. We need to track the light entity, Lena declared, her eyes burning with resolve. If we can identify its destination, its purpose, we might uncover the larger scope of their operation. But it's incredibly fast and subtle. Our long-range sensors picked it up, but its energy signature is diffuse, making pinpoint tracking difficult from base camp. I can do it, Kai offered, his voice quiet. With advanced tracking gear and a faster, more agile approach, I can follow its trajectory. It's risky, but if we can tag it with a microsensor, we could get real-time data on its movements. Lena considered this, her brow furrowed. It's too risky for a solo operative, Kai. We don't know its full capabilities. We need a team. And someone who has already seen it, who understands its nuances, who can anticipate its movements. Her gaze fell on me. My heart pounded. She was asking me to go back out there, to face the whispering light, to put myself in its path. The fear was immediate, visceral, but the drive for answers, the responsibility to Jeremiah, pushed it back. I'll go, I said, my voice firm. I've seen it. I know what to look for. Good, Lena responded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. Anya, you'll accompany them. Your biolinguistic analysis of its whispers, if we can get a closer recording, could be invaluable. Eris, you'll remain at base camp, maintaining all sensor grids and acting as our comms hub. Your historical and theoretical insights are crucial for real-time analysis. Anya, though pale, nodded with a determined look. I am ready, Lena. The xenolinguistic potential is immense. Over the next few hours, Lena and Kai meticulously prepared a new mission, Operation Ghost Track. We would be equipped with cutting-edge tracking technology, miniature drones with multispectral cameras, specialized acoustic arrays, and advanced biometric scanners, all designed to be deployed rapidly and discreetly. Our cloaking suits would be upgraded with new frequency dampeners, hoping to counter whatever perceptive ability the creature possessed, though Lena admitted it was a shot in the dark. Our objective is to track the light entity without engaging it, Lena stressed. Maintain maximum distance. Deploy the microsensor only if absolutely necessary and only if you have a clear, safe window. Do not, under any circumstances, allow yourselves to be detected again. If that entity signals a larger presence, or if you face imminent danger, immediate extraction is the priority. The new mission felt even more dangerous than the last. We were no longer simply observing. We were hunting, venturing deeper into the territory of the unknown. As the sun climbed higher, casting its bright, deceptively normal light over the mountains, the three of us, Kai, Anya, and I, prepared for our next venture into the heart of the anomaly. We moved out just after midday, hoping to use the bright sunlight to our advantage, to make detection by the entities less likely. Kai's revised route took us north, following the general trajectory I had observed the light entity taking. The terrain was incredibly rugged, even more so than the approach to the gorge. We climbed steep, rocky slopes, traversed narrow ridgelines, and pushed through dense thickets of pine and chaparral. The profound silence, the absence of wildlife, followed us like a shadow. It was a constant, chilling reminder that we were deep within the anomaly sphere of influence. My senses, already heightened, were pushed to their limit, every shadow, every distant sound triggering a flicker of fear. Anya, usually immersed in her scientific instruments, seemed unusually observant of the environment. The flora here is resilient, she noted at one point, pointing to a patch of oddly vibrant moss growing on a barren rock face, and the air feels static, almost charged. Kai, ever pragmatic, deployed a few passive microsensors along our path, creating a linear grid that would feed data back to Eris at base camp. "If anything follows us, we'll know," he murmured. As we ascended a particularly steep, craggy peak, the landscape stretched out before us, a breathtaking panorama of granite and pines. And far in the distance, barely visible even with high-powered binoculars, was a faint shimmer over the distant valley to the north. "There it is," I breathed, pointing. "The shimmer, that's where it went. That's where the light entity disappeared." Kai and Anya immediately raised their own specialized optics. "Confirmed," Kai stated, his voice tight. "A localized atmospheric distortion, consistent with the one over Silverwood Lake, but it's further north, deeper into uncharted territory." Anya was already transmitting data. "Eris Lena, we have a secondary anomaly point, location XY, approximately 8 miles north of the Portal Gorge. Visual confirmation of atmospheric distortion. Energy signature is faint but present, consistent with the Silverwood Lake phenomenon." Eris's excited voice crackled back through our comms. "Excellent work, team. This suggests a network, not just a single nexus. Keep moving towards it, but maintain extreme caution. This could be a rendezvous point or even a larger portal." We pressed on, the shimmer in the distance serving as our beacon. The hours crawled by, our bodies aching, our minds weary, but driven by the urgency of our mission. The sun began its slow descent, threatening to plunge us back into the terrifying embrace of night. We knew we had to reach a safe observation point before darkness fell. Just as the western sky exploded in a riot of fiery oranges and purples, we reached a high, sheltered ridge overlooking a vast, hidden valley. Below us, nestled amidst ancient, towering sequoias and gnarled pines, the shimmer was now clearly visible, a subtle, undulating distortion in the air. "Observation post established," Kai whispered, his voice professional. "Optics deployed, sensor grid active." Anya immediately began setting up her specialized acoustic arrays, directional microphones aimed at the shimmering valley. "If there are whispers, I want to capture them." I raised my binoculars, focusing on the shimmering air. It pulsed gently, like a slow, ethereal breath. This wasn't just a localized phenomenon. This was a vast, pervasive distortion, covering an area far larger than Silverwood Lake. The valley itself seemed to hum with a quiet, unsettling energy, even before the light entity appeared. As the last sliver of sun vanished, and the first hesitant stars pricked through the twilight, the humming began. It was faint at first, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate from the very earth beneath us. But this time, it wasn't just coming from one spot. It seemed to emanate from the entire valley, a widespread, pervasive vibration that filled the air. "The hum is everywhere," Anya breathed, her hands flying over her console. "Multidirectional, and the energetic footprint, it's massive, orders of magnitude larger than the gorge. This isn't a single portal, Eris. This is something else. Eris's voice crackled, laced with awe and trepidation. Copy that, Anya. Lena, are you seeing this? The sensor readings are off the charts. This is a primary nexus, a hub. Lena's voice, usually calm and analytical, was tight with excitement. Confirmed, Eris. The scale of this energy signature is unprecedented. This isn't just a gateway, it's a confluence, a major point of interdimensional interaction. And then the lights began to appear. Not one, but many. Faint, blue-white glows, pulsating gently, began to emerge from the dense forest floor across the valley. They were scattered, appearing and disappearing, weaving their way through the ancient trees like ethereal fireflies. Multiple light entities, I whispered, my voice thick with awe. There are dozens of them, maybe more. Kai immediately activated his high-resolution cameras, aimed at different sections of the valley. On our screens, the multiple blue-white glows bobbed and pulsed, illuminating the ancient trees in an eerie, otherworldly light. Their energy signatures are identical to the single entity we tracked from the gorge, Anya reported, her voice trembling slightly. They're all the same type of being, and their movements, they're coordinated, synchronized, like a massive, distributed intelligence. The valley filled with the silent, spectral dance of the light entities. They moved with an unsettling grace, weaving through the trees, occasionally converging, then separating, like dancers in a cosmic ballet. The humming intensified, becoming a complex, multi-layered symphony of vibrations, resonating through the entire valley. Then from the center of the valley, from a particularly dense cluster of towering sequoias, a light began to coalesce. It was brighter, larger, more intense than any of the individual light entities. It grew, expanding upwards, until it formed a colossal column of shimmering, undulating blue-white light, dwarfing the ancient trees around it. "What is that?" I gasped, my eyes wide with terror. The central node, Lena's voice crackled over the comms, her excitement palpable. A focal point, the primary entity, or a massive portal. As the central column of light reached its full, terrifying height, a sound began to emanate from it. Not the hum, not the whispers I had heard before. This was a deep, resonant chord, a low, guttural vibration that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. It was a sound of immense power, ancient and profound, like the universe itself breathing. The individual light entities scattered across the valley seemed to react to this sound. They pulsed faster, brighter, and began to move towards the central column, converging on it like moths to a colossal flame. "They're gathering," Kai observed, his voice hushed. "They're all moving to the central entity." The valley became a river of pulsing blue-white light, all flowing towards the colossal column. As they reached it, they didn't simply disappear. They seemed to be absorbed, merging into the larger entity, the central column growing even brighter, even more intense with each absorption. "They're integrating," Anya whispered, her face pale. "They're not individual entities, they're extensions, probes, returning to the source." The colossal column of light pulsed with blinding intensity, its energy signature now off the charts on Lena's console. The deep, resonant chord emanating from it vibrated through every cell of our bodies. And then, from within the central entity, the alien whispers began. Not a cacophony, but a unified chorus. A single, vast, ancient voice speaking in a language I couldn't comprehend, but that vibrated directly inside my skull, conveying immense, unfathomable intelligence and purpose. It was not aggressive, but it was overwhelming, a sound that shattered any illusion of human supremacy. The xenolinguistic patterns are consistent, Anya stammered, frantically adjusting her sensors. It's a single consciousness, a collective. The individual light entities were parts of a greater whole, and it's communicating, but not with us. As the whispers filled the valley, the central light column began to shift, not expand, but morph. Shapes began to solidify within its blinding core, not the impossible anatomy I had glimpsed before, but something far more defined, far more terrifying. A vast, multi-limbed figure began to coalesce within the light slowly, deliberately, like a cosmic birth. It was immense, hundreds of feet tall, its segmented body unfolding with a terrifying grace. Its chitinous exoskeleton, dark and iridescent, gleamed faintly even within the overwhelming light. It was the collector creature, but on a scale that dwarfed anything I could have imagined. This was not a scout. This was a colossal being, a leviathan of another dimension. My God, Eris breathed, his voice thick with terror. A hive mind, a collective consciousness, and this is its true form. The colossal creature fully emerged from the central light column, its multifaceted eyes, countless in number, sweeping over the valley, taking in its surroundings. The light column itself seemed to diminish slightly, becoming merely a powerful glow surrounding the creature, rather than encompassing it. And then, just as I had experienced before, its gaze, a multitude of alien eyes, locked directly onto our position. A jolt of pure, paralyzing terror coursed through me. My cloaking suit, our hidden perch, our scientific understanding, all felt utterly useless. It saw us. It had always seen us. Our attempts at stealth were a laughable charade to an entity of this magnitude and perceptive power. The humming in the valley, the resonant chord from the creature, the alien whispers, all intensified, becoming a deafening symphony of otherworldliness. The sheer presence of the colossal creature was overwhelming, a profound pressure that threatened to crush our very souls. Then slowly, deliberately, one of its massive, slender limbs, covered in dark, iridescent chitin, began to extend from its colossal body. It was not reaching for us. It was reaching towards the valley floor, towards a specific point in the dense forest. "It's collecting again," I whispered, my voice trembling. "It's looking for the stones." Kai, ever the professional, was frantically scanning with his biometric sensors. Its energy output is stabilizing. It's not hostile, not yet. It seems focused on its task. The colossal limb reached the forest floor, its whip-like tendrils unfurling. And there, revealed by the creature's own eerie light, was a vast, ancient rock formation, half buried in the earth, covered in moss and lichen. But as the creature's tendrils approached it, the entire rock formation began to glow. Not a faint luminescence, but a blinding, golden light that erupted from the earth, illuminating the entire valley in a brilliant, warm glow, momentarily overpowering even the blue-white light of the creature. This wasn't a small stone. This was a colossal deposit, a veritable quarry of the star stones. "The vein," Eris exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. "An entire stratum of them. This isn't a collection. This is a harvest." The creature's tendrils gently wrapped around the glowing rock formation, not tearing at it, but cradling it, absorbing its energy slowly, methodically. The valley hummed with an unimaginable power, a silent scream of energy being drawn from the earth. Danya was frantically analyzing the energy signatures. The stones, they're emitting a complex, multi-dimensional energy. It's not just a power source, it's a resonant frequency, a harmonic vibration. They're like living conductors. What is it doing with them? I whispered, mesmerized and terrified. Lena's face was a mask of intense concentration. It's absorbing their energy, transducing it, but for what purpose? A power source, a construction material, or a means of communication across vast, interdimensional distances. The colossal creature continued its silent, terrifying harvest, its myriad eyes still fixed on our position, an unnerving, intelligent gaze that seemed to probe our very existence. It knew we were here, but it was ignoring us, prioritizing its task. Or perhaps it was simply observing us, assessing our threat level, while continuing its true objective. The golden light emanating from the earthbound star stones pulsed in rhythm with the creature's absorption, a mesmerizing, terrifying display of alien technology and unknown purpose. The humming, the whispers, the deep resonant chord, all blended into a symphony of otherworldliness that defied human comprehension. Hours passed in this surreal state. The colossal creature continued to harvest the glowing star stones, slowly absorbing their radiant energy, its vast form illuminated by the blinding golden light. The entire valley pulsed with an unimaginable power, a breathtaking and terrifying spectacle. We remained frozen, hidden by our cloaking suits, but acutely aware that our concealment was a mere formality. The creature's myriad eyes remained fixed on our position, its alien intelligence a palpable presence in our minds. The energy output from the stones is diminishing, Lena finally whispered, her voice strained but her eyes still glued to the data streams. It's depleting the source. This isn't a continuous process, it's a finite harvest. Yanya, her face pale, nodded, and the creature's internal energy signature, it's stabilizing, almost as if it's been charging, like a colossal battery. It's a resource extraction operation, Kai stated, his voice devoid of emotion. It's collecting these star stones for a specific purpose, and this valley, this is a primary mining site. As the last of the golden glow faded from the ancient rock formation, absorbed by the colossal entity, the creature slowly began to move. It wasn't retracting back into a portal, as the smaller collector had done. Instead, it began to slowly turn, its massive, segmented body shifting with a ponderous yet graceful movement towards the sky. The humming in the valley reached an even higher pitch, a piercing, resonant whine that threatened to shatter our eardrums. The air crackled with an overwhelming static electricity, making the hairs on our arms stand on end. The colossal creature began to levitate, slowly rising from the forest floor, its myriad limbs retracting, folding in on themselves, its vast form becoming more streamlined, more aerodynamic. It's leaving, I breathed, a mix of terror and profound relief washing over me. No, Lena countered, her voice sharp with alarm. It's not just leaving, it's preparing for interdimensional transit on a massive scale. As the creature ascended, its dark, iridescent chitin began to shimmer, absorbing and reflecting the residual blue-white light around it. Its form became less defined, more fluid, like liquid shadow rising into the sky. The humming intensified to an unbearable crescendo, and then, with a silent, blinding flash of pure white light that eclipsed even the moon, the colossal creature vanished. The valley plunged into absolute darkness, a profound, heavy silence descending upon us. The air still crackled faintly with residual energy, and the scent of ozone hung heavy, but the humming was gone. The whispers were gone. The colossal presence was gone. We lay there trembling for a long moment, our eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden, overwhelming blackness. The shockwave of its departure was less violent than the portal's implosion, more like a colossal vacuum, a sudden void in spacetime. Status report, Lena finally barked, her voice shaky but determined. All personnel accounted for, Kai replied, already scanning the valley with his night vision. No direct injuries. Equipment seems operational. The energy signature, it's completely gone. A clean departure. Yaris, clutching his recorder, was breathing heavily. Unbelievable. It just phased out, like the smaller portal, but on an entirely different scale. This wasn't a gate, it was a transdimensional vessel. Zanya, her face pale, was poring over her data. The energy fluctuations leading up to the departure, they were immensely complex. It wasn't simply a matter of power, it was a finely tuned energetic manipulation. It opened a temporary rift, a wormhole, and then passed through it. And the hum, it was a key, a vibrational frequency that unlocked the doorway. The implications were staggering. These entities weren't just using pre-existing portals. They could create them on demand for entities of immense size. This wasn't just a localized phenomenon. This was an intergalactic, or even interdimensional, species with advanced capabilities far beyond our comprehension. And they were actively harvesting a unique resource from our planet. "We need to get back to base camp," Lena declared, her voice filled with a new urgency. "We have just witnessed something that rewrites every scientific paradigm known to man. The data we have, it's priceless, but we also just confirmed their awareness of us. If they choose to return, or if they decide we are a threat, we need to be prepared." The trek back to base camp was a blur of adrenaline and exhaustion. We moved cautiously, our senses on high alert, half expecting the entity to reappear, to have somehow circled back. The profound silence of the wilderness, once unsettling, now felt like a fragile peace, a temporary respite from the cosmic horror we had just witnessed. We reached base camp just as the pre-dawn glow began to lighten the eastern sky. Eris, who had been monitoring the comms and sensors, met us with a look of awe and trepidation. "I saw the energy spikes," he whispered. "The gravitational fluctuations, it was immense. You actually saw it depart." We spent the next several hours debriefing, meticulously reviewing all the data, cross-referencing our notes, and recounting every detail of the encounter. Lena and Anya worked tirelessly, analyzing the energy signatures, the acoustic waveforms, the multispectral images. Kai was already reinforcing our perimeter defenses, setting up more advanced surveillance. "The star stones," Lena concluded, pointing to a holographic projection of the depleted rock formation in the valley, "are not merely energy conductors. They appear to be resonant crystals, capable of amplifying and focusing interdimensional energy. The creature was harvesting them, not for fuel, but for a specific purpose connected to transdimensional travel or communication." "And their intelligence," Anya added, her eyes wide. "The collective consciousness, the synchronized movement of the light entities, the deliberate harvest, this is not an animal. This is a highly evolved, technologically advanced, and profoundly alien species." "And they are aware of us," I reiterated, the memory of those countless eyes burning into my soul. "Yes," Lena confirmed, her face grim. "That is the most dangerous variable. They observed us during the harvest. They chose not to engage, but that doesn't mean they won't. Our presence here is now known. We are no longer hidden." Eris, ever the theorist, had been poring over Jeremiah's journal. Jeremiah described the light entity moving towards a deep gorge further north where the hum was strongest. And his own disappearance after leaving the cabin, it was after he encountered the light entity and portal. What if they weren't trying to kill him? What if they were trying to observe him, or simply remove him? Remove him, I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. Yes, Eris mused. If they are harvesting a critical resource from our planet, a resource they can create interdimensional pathways for, then a solitary human, stumbling upon their operation, might be perceived as a nuisance. Not a threat to be eliminated, but an anomaly to be relocated or contained. Jeremiah never made it out, I said, remembering the old newspaper clippings. He and Jedediah just vanished. Exactly, Eris agreed. No bodies, no traces, just disappearance. If these entities can create portals, can travel between dimensions, then they could have easily removed them, to where we can only speculate, perhaps to their own dimension, perhaps to a holding space, perhaps even they are still observing them. A chilling thought. If Jeremiah and Jedediah hadn't been killed, but merely relocated, then the scope of this alien presence was even more profound and terrifying. Our mission objective now has a crucial addition, Lena stated, her voice firm. We need to understand their intentions. Are they hostile, indifferent, or do they have a purpose that will ultimately impact our entire planet? We spent the next few days in a state of heightened alert, analyzing data and reinforcing our defenses. Kai deployed more sophisticated tripwires and motion detectors, some of which were designed to detect subtle energy fluctuations rather than just physical movement. Lena and Anya continued to process the immense amount of data we had collected, constructing intricate models of the portal's energy dynamics, the creature's bioenergetic signature, and the complex xenolinguistic patterns of its whispers. My role shifted to predictive observation. Having experienced the entities firsthand, my intuition was often more valuable than any sense.